There we go. Oh. All right. Now we're good. There we go. Yo, you guys are in the channel. What's up?
That's good.
Things, because I launched up and my mic was disconnected. River, what's up, man? You can hop in Discord too, River, if you want.
Now this is ambience. Yeah.
Here we go. It's gonna be exciting today.
Yeah.
I'll keep my Discord up in case Riv comes up. Okay.
By the way,
what's up?
share your screen. Remember to share your screen as well.
Oh yeah.
You got the stream up?
I do, yeah, right now.
Nice. Okay.
So, there we go. It's up on Discord. I wanted to try some new things. I hit that potion that you had told me about. Remember, we configured it, and then I didn't realize that I guess it like reset to what it was before, and when I used it, it used all my XP buffs like at the same time.
But it's not the potion. It's the what's it called? The food thing. The fairy buff. Yeah.
So I was like, man, I gotta go to trees or something to make this work. And then I was like, you know what? I might as well just try it. So I went to trees and I didn't have time to play really. I just tried to kill like 2 waves of mobs. And I survived, which was exciting, man. I was like, you know what? This is cool. I can actually train here now that I have the fairy. You guys are right. That was like groundbreaking, dude. The fairy is a huge game changer. And like your character's ability, it's insane.
It's like, you know, it's like things that you no longer need to be aware or take care of.
Oh yeah. It's 100%. Quality of life is amazing.
Yeah.
But so I decided to structure the stream differently, just to try it out. This one stream, you know. And I was like, man, I have all these interesting things that I read on and these topics that I want to discuss. And I'm like, man, you know, and I get a lot of comments on YouTube and people talking about how they like watching the stream because it's kind of like a podcast, you know? And I was like, man, you know what? Like, it would be really cool to make it more so that way, you know, to make it more of like a podcast style stream. And I was like, why not, dude? So I'll just take some talking points down. And I always have my curiosity, especially talking with you, Lion, like views. Like we have
sure.
We have like a closed view of things, as we discussed. And like obviously propaganda plays a role, and everyone's in a different country and they got different things going on.
Well, be careful which subjects you choose, because
that's perfect. Yeah, you guys can guide me on that so that we don't get banned off everything. It's been good, River, man. It's been great. I hope that the stream can hear me. I had to reconfigure my mic. It's been busy, more than anything, so busy because been trying to get the business off the ground, and some things have moved in certain directions with all that. So I've had a lot of work lately, man. Oh, sweet. You can hear? Awesome. But yeah, man, so I got this idea. I was like, you know what? How do I go about interesting topics? Like, what do I want to know about, you know? And I was like, the U.S. is in a state of turmoil where it's kind of moving in certain directions with a lot of things that some people don't know how to feel about. And I was like, dude, it'd be a great opportunity to just talk about some of the stuff and create this like podcast style, game streams, which would be awesome. And Riv, thanks, man, for the workout videos. Yeah, dude. So the second one was horrible, man. It was like I felt so bad, dude. Like my whole body felt like it was gonna die. And then the one I did yesterday, day 3, was amazing, dude. I went in there like pretty strong. I was able to bench 225 like first week back in the gym. So I felt really good and felt comfortable, which was a great thing. So I'm excited for it. But as far as topics, right? So I was like, how do I do this? So I went on GDP, whatever. I forgot what it's called, man. What is this thing called, dude? Let me see this thing quick. Chat GPT. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
And I asked it some questions. I was like, all right, what are controversial issues in the U.S.? I read through some of them. As you mentioned, King, some of them I didn't want to touch. I was like, there's no way I'm not touching some of these issues for obvious reasons. And they're a little too hot. But some of them were just kind of like, where I could see how people are left or right with it, or they're on the fence about it. And I was like, you know what? These would be good topics to talk about. So I took some of those down, and then I wanted to because I know a lot of the community that watches is from elsewhere. Juan from YouTube. I'm not sure when I'm doing the life skilling yet. I've been doing the mount pretty much. So I got my training to like skilled 7, and my fishing is skilled 7. Those are about the only 2 things that I've really messed with. But I do want to mess with some more. I just want to finish everything with the story, and then I have the Magnus quest I got to do, which I could honestly do today because I'll be on for a little bit. But I was like just thinking about stuff, right? To get you guys' take on it, right? So like one of the big issues that is happening here is like education, right? Like no one's happy with the education system. Do you guys feel like wherever you're at, there's a solid like public education system, or do you think that it's honestly, garbage?
It's garbage, bro.
It's probably garbage like everywhere, especially like with the way that technology evolves.
Interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like the only good education that I know of is when I was living in Japan. Their education's really good, but where I'm currently living, it's really bad. Like there's so many issues with it.
I would agree, and I've been there a lot, and all right, I got you, Riv. Let me look over in 1 second. I have to put up. All right, I see. There we go. I dragged you in. Welcome to the chat.
How you doing, everyone?
What's up? Oh man, I will never get used to that voice, dude. Like as soon as it comes on, it's like the tone just gets really serious immediately. Yeah. Like he's the radio
he's
announcer.
Like right there, right in the microphone.
Yeah.
Hey, boys.
And he's got the thick voice, like like the principal just walks into the classroom while we're all acting a fool. It's like, oh, everybody buckle up, we're in trouble. Oh, but it's great, dude. Yeah, we were just talking about like education and stuff like that, and apparently, there's a general consensus that education, as far as public education, is pretty garbage just about everywhere, And,
absolutely.
That, it sucks. It's one of those things where it's like you don't want to, you don't wish bad on anyone else. But you're just like, misery loves company. I'm like, oh, it's at least good to know that we're just as screwed as everyone else, that it's not just us that's doing horrible, that it's a problem, international issue. From South Africa, it's garbage. Juan on YouTube, that's hilarious, man. And Vex. So a little bit earlier, I mentioned that this little potion here on my top bar, I didn't know how to. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no, did I die? Oh no, hold on. Oh Lord. Okay, I was like, okay, I didn't click anything wrong. Okay, yeah, my cursor went all over the place, and I thought I switched stream scenes or something. But I used a bunch of these XP buffs by mistake, Vex, so I just decided to see if I could survive trees on my own, which, as you saw, that's a questionable thing as of right now. because sometimes I can, and sometimes, you know, they almost kill me. But I seem to be doing all right. And when those EXP scrolls run out, then I'll probably continue the quest line or see how I start the Magnus. Oh, these things are beating me into a wall here. So that was interesting. And then the mention on Japan was cool, man, because I've been there a lot, and it's just such a bizarre and interesting place to be, because everything in Japan just goes so much harder, man. Like, I tell people, the way I explain it is like a McDonald's or like a fast food employee in Japan. The quality of the fast food there is so much better than anywhere else, just because they take whatever job it is they're doing extremely serious, you know? And it's like a cultural thing, you know? Like, they take pride and ownership in everything that they do as a people, and it's really cool. And it makes me wonder how far everyone else could get if we all did the same thing, if we lived that way culturally, you know?
It's tiring to live like that, though. Like,
that's a good point.
This is like really funny to me. Whenever I get an argument with like an American, like, they always say, oh, at least our food's good. And I'm like, I come from a place where like the food's top quality. And then like I had an argument with somebody, and they're like, American sushi is better than Japanese sushi. And I'm like, explain. And then and then they literally were like on cope. They're like, oh, that we hire people from there. And I'm like, yeah, that doesn't mean it's better.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Someone murdered my horse. I'm upset about that. But this is the way that I explain it to people, right? In the US, I've had sushi in 26 different states, I think it is, which is what I've traveled so far. I make it a point to have sushi in like every state, you know, just to see what there is and to explore. And this is what I found through my research, right? So the key differences is that American sushi is, as you would expect it, Americanized, meaning that we add a bunch of, you know, delicious sauces to things that are really sweet, and we just pretty much cloud the actual fishy taste of the fish with other sauces and additives that make it seem delicious. So as far as like Japanese sushi or like authentic sushi, which is such an American thing, man, like to think that we make a people's food better than the people that developed it or originated it is just preposterous. And that's like
colonizer shit.
That's such an American thing to do, dude. Like, tacos, what? Yeah, we're better than Mexicans at that. There's no way they're better than us, you know? Like, we just got to be the best at everything, man, and take the American mentality with a grain of salt if you're not from here per se. But I know that sushi in Japan is much fresher. Like, the quality of it seems to be like you get the actual taste of the fish, and the rice, like the base flavors are augmented there, is what I feel like I experienced. And I love that. You know, it's really good. I like them both independent of each other, you know? I like Americanized sushi, and I like Japanese sushi. But all over the States, what I have found, and this goes across the board, not just sushi, right? So I find that in big cities, right? Like, I've been to Atlanta, Miami, you know, like South Florida and LA. I haven't been to like New York or anything like that, but in big cities, there is so much competition for a successful business, even small businesses. There's so many of them. There's just too many people that are innovating at the same time. And if you could make a lot of money, right, doing something mediocre, and you would be successful, then you wouldn't be forced to push much further than that. Versus in big cities, like, there's good food on every single corner. So for your business to succeed, your food has to be extremely good, you know? And then there's like small towns, you know, all over the US that I stopped at and had sushi. And let me tell you, I tasted and witnessed some wild stuff there. One of them, like this little country town, I tried a cowboy roll. I was like, bro, what is this? They literally put like a really poor example of sticky rice, put a piece of steak in it, a piece of cream cheese, and poured just drizzled barbecue sauce over it. And I was like, this is incredible, man. This is wild. But needless to say, it was really poor quality. Food was trash.
Yeah, I think the thing about like Japanese sushi especially, and kind of my experience with it, is that In Japan, what they're doing is they're trying to find the best base ingredients, and they're trying to let the flavor of those ingredients shine through. Whereas a lot of the Americanized styles, and it's not even exclusive to America. You know, there are plenty of countries out there and plenty of places where they are trying to take that base idea of something that's very good and make it better somehow. Whereas the Japanese mentality is, if we're working with the best, we don't need the extra stuff.
100%. Like, that's exactly what I was trying to do, but you know, you got the PhD mind to go with the announcer voice, and you pretty much sealed the deal on that. That's exactly what it is, man. And the same I found was a thing in like I tried poke, right, which is pretty much rice and raw fish with a little bit of soy sauce or here and there. Hawaiians love it, you know. The wife's Hawaiian, and I've tried it in Seattle, and it was really good because Seattle has like, I forgot what it's called now. They have a fish market, right? Pike's Fish Market, and they have really fresh, nice seafood that you can buy. And they do this whole thing where, like, when somebody buys a fish, they throw it across the seafood place, you know, and they bag it for you and everything, and they turn it into a show. Really good there. But the fish I had in Hawaii on Oahu, namely a place called like Kebe Bros, delicious, man. I couldn't believe it. Like the rarity of the taste was incredible. Destiny, what's up? Dude, trying to podcast kind of a thing, so you'll hear a lot of topics about a lot of different things. Hopefully we have some fun. But I did notice that Hawaii tries to do what you said, just like Japan, and stick to the actual freshness and quality of the fish and the foods, and they don't stray too far from the main ingredients, and it's amazing. And then I think that the stuff we have in the US is just so chemically filled and mass produced and things like that, that we just don't have that kind of freshness that's available in the places that are known for these things, you know? So a lot of it is like farm fish, you know, instead of wild caught. And then we just add a bunch of sauces and different forms of high fructose corn syrup and things that are really not good for you to it, to kind of carry it when it really doesn't, you know?
Yeah. Good flavor needs no augmentations. It's like, you know, there are some people who will serve you the absolute worst steak you've ever had in your entire life in terms of the cut of meat and the quality of meat. Yeah. And they will do the most impressive sauces they possibly can, the most impressive garnishing they possibly can. They'll dress it up to make it look like it's something you really, really, really want. When the reality is that what you're actually aiming for is the most choice cut of meat, the highest quality possible, you know, and you look at, again, Japanese with regards to
the Wagyus and stuff.
Wagyu meat.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's like they know exactly what they're doing right there. They know what it is that people are after. They're after the real authentic kind of as base level as you can get it. And if you can have something like that where it needs no additional augmentation, it doesn't need to be carried by the flavors of anything else, you end up with I honestly say a much more authentic experience in terms of you, the person eating it, because you know that is the best steak you've ever had or the best fish you've ever had. You know, anyone can make a great sauce, but it takes an incredible amount of time and effort to really produce high quality meat or to find the freshest fish.
I agree 100%. And that's an example too, like the way they do the Wagyu, it's really, really good. They do some pig like that as well, where they only feed them a certain kind of nut, and then over the course of a few years, it kind of becomes a part of their physiology, and the meat has kind of like a nutty taste, and they're super expensive, and there's rarities like that. And Destiny, yeah. So trees, I used some EXP items by mistake, and I figured I'd had to just come here and burn through them. And I used it as a test to see if I could survive trees now that I have a fairy and some mana pots. And yeah, it's two different worlds, you know? Like the fairy is an incredible asset in the game. Like, I can't wait to have... Do I have to have a fairy on every character, or... I can
family wide, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
So once you've got it, bro.
Yeah, it's family wide.
That is a really cool part of BDO, because honestly, with the amount of money that things cost in the game, I was kind of thinking like, man, this is going to get crazy if I have to do this for every single character. But that's incredible that you can just kind of transfer items like that account wide.
Yeah. And what I always recommend to people is that, you know, there are some things that share family-wide, like your fairy, your pets, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Things like weight and inventory slots don't. So what I tend to say to people is, like, if you're going to pay for something, pay for it once. You know, play a few characters, work out which one you really want to invest in, and then go whole ham on that one.
Yep. And King, you're Ort on Twitch, right?
Yeah, I'm Ort. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I was wondering, I'm like, should I reply to this person? But you're in here. Okay. Sweet.
Yeah. By the way, the one in private chat in game, that one is me as well.
I have no idea. Oh, and I think I have. Uh-oh, I'm getting killed by something.
That one.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love the name, dude. That's awesome. But I need to go into my settings as soon as I kill these trees and maximize my game, because I had it to like minimize it to tray when I was running the horse in loops, and now I can't see my dice and all that stuff.
You also you should configure your chat so you only see the important parts of it.
True. Let me. Oh, that's not what I wanted to press. Where is settings?
What do you want to do?
There we go. Display full screen.
Go with full screen window.
Okay.
Because that way you can, like, if you alt tab, you can.
I see.
Gonna be okay.
Yeah, it's not letting me right now. I see what you're saying. Yep, I think that's how I had it before. Hopefully I don't get murdered here.
Damn, I even forgot how slow Dracania is. Like right at the start.
Sweet. And did you add me on this character? You can add me if you want.
No. You need to whisper me first, so I can add you as a friend. Or you can add me, like click on me and add friend or something.
There you go. I hit you with a whisper.
Yeah, send you a friend request.
Oh, okay. And Juan is saying costumes are character specific. That life skill costume should only be bought on the character you plan on doing it on. And would I be life skilling on like? I can't just do everything on one character. Would I just be? Is there a reason not to?
You can, but I wouldn't recommend it. I would recommend like keep like a specific character. I would say like a Shy to have, because Shy has some perks. To have it like for life skilling, and another character for combat and so on. Because think of it like this: you can pop like a lot of buffs which are specific for life skill, and if you pop everything like on the same character, it's gonna be a mess, and also a waste of buffs, because like the buffs, most of them like they don't expire. So if you switch from that character, they just pause, and when you get back to the character, you still have the buffs.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And what's up, Pseudo?
Yeah, there's benefits to doing it both ways. Like, on one hand, you can absolutely do everything on one character, which resolves a lot of, I'll say,
issues.
The convenience of knowing what's going on, right? You can see exactly where your crops are at. You know exactly what you've got to go on. You don't have to sit there and swap to the right character to be in the right place or anything like that. But on the flip side, if you have a life scaling character and you're using it, say, for farming, you leave that character parked by your farm, running farming buffs, so, you know, life buffs of varying descriptions, and you swap to your main character, you go grind, you do whatever you want to do, and then it doesn't matter if you're in the depths of Karma Sylvia or over in the land of the morning light. You swap back to that farming character is sat right by your farm where you left them. So I do everything on one character, but that's because I enjoy playing only one character, and I figure that if I'm going to be playing, well, this is where I'm going to be, right? So I may as well just stick to one. But it doesn't really matter ultimately. You will, as long as you have, or rather, what's more important than what character you use is how you're doing your life skilling. If you're following the best practices and you're, you know, being efficient with your time and you are going through and doing things the right way for each particular life skill, it doesn't matter whether you're on a Shy or a Sorceress or a Warrior, you know.
That makes sense. And I think
life skilling.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
With life skilling, specifically, there's certain life skills you want alt characters for: farming, fishing, and horse training. But When I was doing life skilling, my main character for life skilling was literally Guardian. It doesn't really matter if you're doing Gathering or whatever, as long as you know your class and you know the movement. But there is certain classes that perform better, such as Musa for Gathering and a Witch or Wizard for Gathering at certain spots. But it just really matters what you're gonna do in life skilling.
Yeah,
Like
and that
Shy
was
is
the
better
idea.
for.
Yeah, go ahead. Shy's better for what?
Shy is better for like cooking / alchemy, but that's about it.
Okay.
She's too slow to perform at gathering spots, which people like to cope and say, "Oh, but she has gathering XP from like gathering," and I'm like, that doesn't really like make a difference to the class. It's still really bad.
That makes sense. And that's kind of what I was like seeing now. Like if, for example, if I get on stream and I'm always on the same character with the same name, I could make a different character. Does the family name carry across all characters that you create?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
and it's like as soon as I make the character, it has the family name?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay,
your
so,
family name is basically your account name, so that one will never change unless you specifically change it. Character names, obviously, they're all individualized, but they will all share that family name.
Okay. Because I was trying to do it to where I could, like, let's say, make another character with a different name and just use that as my fishing character. So when I AFK'd overnight, it wouldn't be getting whispers or people would be like, oh, he's over here, Maybe try to kill it or something. But
Either way, like you're gonna like fishing and horse trading or something like that. You will do
So it's
that
a safe zone.
Not,
Okay.
not somewhere where someone can flag and kill you. So yeah.
Yeah. The alternative way to do it is to do it on a level 49 character, which can't be flagged for PvP, and then you can be wherever the hell you want.
oh,
Yeah,
That's a good
that's what a lot of
idea.
people do. Horse trainers at level
Is-
49, and
Isn't
you
like
know,
even for 49, can't you just use the traps?
I don't know. I don't
No, you
believe
can't.
so.
You can't attack a
Not
level
sure.
49 character, no matter if you're flagged and it's a trap.
Uh-huh.
Unless
Yeah.
they're like being kind of stupid and they're autopathing their mobs, which I've never seen that. It's kind of dumb.
Yeah,
You can leave
there
the
is
mobs
only
to them.
No.
there's only one way that you can be killed by another player on a level 49 character outside of being attacked by mobs, and that's if you're doing it on a Node War channel during Node War. In which case, you can absolutely kill a level 49 character, which is very interesting. But it just means that you never AFK on a 1 channel. So if you're on Balanos 1, move to Balanos 2. If you're on Valencia 1, move to Valencia 2, and you're always safe.
okay, that's not bad then. That's good to know.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to do fishing, like make another character to fish, because I leveled it a bit on this one, but that way every night I can just swap tunes and then fish on one.
Yep, exactly. And you're always in the right place.
And then I'll do, what was mentioned, like a Musa or something for running around faster and gathering.
Yeah,
That's awesome. And
Speedy Boy class.
Darsoma, I had no idea, man. I've been so busy. Like, this is the first kind of little break that I get. So is Blue's tournament going on, like, right now? Or,
It already happened.
oh, it happened already? I gotta watch it. I gotta check that out. Yeah, I've just been working a ton trying to get... there were some updates and movement to my shop opening back up, so I've been just nonstop, pretty much IRL grinding that and doing a bunch of paperwork, making sure that everything legally is good, so that when I can open again in a couple weeks, that everything goes smooth with that. Oh, ghillie suit is gonna work. Okay, I gotta get one of those because that's how. The one time I was I was unknown when you were following me around on the horse. Well, it showed that unknown player was behind me. That's awesome. Gonna have to get that. And Romsey, I'm gonna eventually re-overlay everything. I just honestly have not had the time to mess with it, just because. Like I said, I've been focusing on the 2 businesses that I'm trying to bring up off the ground right now so that I can, continue to support my gaming habits. We're going to call them that, habits and not addictions, because I do enjoy spending quite a bit when I play. But right now I'm probably going to chill out till like the 1st or something. Tonight, though, as I'm ending the stream, I am going to start sending some people money because I did the whole friend Steam ad thing. So I should be able to pay out the last giveaway that I did, and then I'll see about another giveaway in the works for next month. I'll see if I can do like a monthly one. And then there's also like the funding coming from the Twitch subs and stuff like that I said I would be giving away every month. So when I get that payout, I'll pretty much use it to buy more gift cards and add that to the pot. It's not a crazy amount, but it's decent. You know, I think it was like $42 or something so far. So that's like two $20 gift cards that'll get added to the pot on top of whatever I throw in for it. So that'll be fun, you know. And as the stream grows and the channels grow, then that number will go up for the next 12 months, you know. So I can add a little bit more value to people and get them some cool stuff, costumes or whatever they want to use it on, you know. But this time around, I'll buy them beforehand and have them in like on hand when I'm going to give them away, and just be like, all right, I'm going to scratch the codes and send this to you guys if you win.
One thing I will say about gift cards, right? Sometimes people from different regions, like let's say if like you gave somebody like a gift card that didn't live in the US, if you bought a US gift card, sometimes people can't redeem that on certain games / websites, because some websites do not allow like foreign currencies if your account is a different currency than what you're redeeming. Like on Steam, you could try to like redeem something.
It's not a region. It's called a region lock. So if you are buying a gift card or a game for someone and it's region locked, then it's not gonna work if it's like for a US region. It won't work in Europe or something somewhere else.
Yeah, I have to figure that out. It's honestly complicated because someone else was mentioning that in all my videos as well. Ooh, I'm about to die. I do love this fairy so much. So I like that I can just run in a circle and she'll get me back up to full HP. And I don't have to worry about clicking anything. I can just focus on running and reading my chat. Yeah, Ruru, I have to try that ghillie suit. But on a side note or a main note, yeah, so I set a little kind of couple bullets that I wanted to talk about to get you guys' inputs on it. With things that are happening, you know, to give this more of a podcast vibe and give people some information. So one of the things that a lot of people have an issue with that's happening in the US at least, or that have mixed opinions on, is the fact that, as we said, public education is deteriorating, but private education is also dropping in standards. So a new thing that they're doing is they're lowering the standards to some things, like to graduate certain colleges or to achieve certain degrees and things like that. And there seems to be a lot of people that think that that's not a good idea, you know, and that it'll be overall detrimental to things. How do you guys feel about that? Because the concept behind it is that, like, you know, let's say like Black Americans don't have the same opportunities and don't have the same upbringing and X and Y, you know, and that they need a bit more opportunity in being able to achieve certain things and stuff like that, because like under the parameters of equality, you know what I'm saying? But
it's one of those fairly difficult situations, because I had this discussion with somebody about this a little while ago, and I'll use the same example that we kind of agreed was a pretty good way of looking at things. If there was a system that measured how safe a car was, and manufacturers were struggling to make cars meet that standard, is it smarter to invest time, money, and resources into improving the manufacturer's capacities to meet those safety standards? Or is it better to drop the standards those cars are supposed to be rated to? Because what you end up with is that if we've identified there's a problem in our education system, for example, or in this car manufacturing system, and people aren't able to meet these standards the way they're supposed to or the way they were before, surely it makes a heck of a lot more sense to be investing in improving those systems so that they can actually meet those standards rather than just dropping them. Because what you're really doing at that point is you're not actually improving the quality of education for anybody. You're not actually improving the situation whatsoever. All you're doing is having more unsafe cars on the road, or more people who aren't qualified to be doing the kind of roles that they are now qualified for. And to me, it says that the education system as a whole needs an overhaul, as opposed to the reductions of standards simply saying people, well, okay, you didn't actually hit the mark, but we're going to give you a passing mark anyway, because otherwise we'll feel bad.
Yeah, and that's been a part of the argument, man, that like it's been happening a lot, and it's been happening in scary areas, right? Like I took a flight with my son. We've flown a few times in the past few months, and it's always nerve-wracking for anyone that's around me because I use it as a training point, and I don't know if it's the right time to use it as a training point. But essentially, I'm like, hey, explaining the situation, and like all of our lives right now are in this one person's hands, and this is why it's important that we have responsibility in the things we do in life and how we do our work, because if this person's having a bad day, if this person had a couple drinks yesterday, whatever the case may be, we are all, at this person's mercy because they're the pilot or because they're in charge of this very dangerous evolution, And of course, all the people in the seats are like, oh my God, shut up. Like, we don't want to hear this right now. And we're about to take off on this piece of metal through the sky, But it's a fun time.
One thing I will say about the education system in some countries, which I don't think it's fair, certain races, like I know people like in like history like plays a big part, but I feel like people are living in the past a bit too much. Like there's certain races that have more benefits than, let's say, a white man or a white woman, and it's, if you think about it, like it's not really fair to everybody because it's putting higher standards for, let's say, like a white man to graduate more than over here in New Zealand, Maldives. I don't know if I pronounced that properly. They have more of a chance to get into prestigious colleges simply because of their background.
Yeah,
we have Mokiani scholarships. Yeah,
that's the thing everywhere. Yep.
Yeah, and it's. Oh, sorry. Go.
And it's not really like fair because let's say like you're like graduating top of your class, right? And let's say the person at the bottom of the class gets a scholarship, and the only reason why they solely got it is because their ethnicity, and it's not really fair because that means you're putting people into places that they should not be going to, and they're at a lower education level, which means that they're probably going to drop out faster. So you're giving a scholarship to somebody that is not really worth your time. Because I had it happen to me, where I had graduated at the top of my class, and I didn't get a scholarship, but the person at the top of the bottom, got one because of their ethnicity. Yeah.
And there's a flip side to that as well. I mean, obviously, I'm from New Zealand as well, and one of the guys I went to school with, he was a very bright dude, and he came from a Māori family. And the thing that happened with him is that he worked really, 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 really hard, and he ended up getting to head boy, so like the school leader basically. Yeah. And he was offered a Māori only scholarship, and he told them to give it to somebody else. And his logic was this: I don't need additional help because of the color of my skin. Nothing makes me more deserving of this because of the color of my skin. If there's people out there who are struggling and we want to give these scholarships to struggling students to try and get them a chance at better education, they should be going to whoever needs it most, not whoever's got the browner skin. And I was like, damn, son,
Based. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's it. He worked really hard, and he got where he was through the efforts of his own dedication. His family wasn't happy about how well he was doing because they said that he was basically playing society's game, and that's not who they were as a people. And he said, I want a good life for my family. I want a good life for my kid. I want a good life for myself, and I will work my ass off to get to it. And it didn't matter what color his skin was. That man was going to make it. And, I have every faith, and I know now he's still absolutely killing it out there. And it's got nothing to do with what color he was, and it was everything to do with what he was willing to do for his own future. And I think that speaks volumes to the quality of person he was. And his results speak for themselves.
That's interesting. And Steps, what's up? Juan from YouTube put something very interesting, because I've looked at this from several kind of directions, right? From the direction of like, okay, they're lowering the standards, right? So some people are going to be perfectly happy with this, you know, and some people are going to be upset about it because some people are going to see it as like, you know, I don't need you to cut me a break. Like, I can do this too. Almost as a disrespect to your ability when someone says, oh, you know, you can get in without having to go through what everyone else went through because X or Y reason, right? So I've looked at it from that kind of point of view, and I've looked at it from the point of view of like some people are just, they're good with this, man, and they want it to be this way. And I'm like, okay, I see that as well. And then this is a good point that Juan brought up, right? So he talks about how South Africa has also lowered the standards, right? To where like you only need like 40% or something. And Steps, the fitness journey is going really good so far. The third video will be up maybe tonight or tomorrow. And that's the one where things really start kicking off. Like I trained yesterday, was really strong, felt awesome. And my bad, I get sidetracked. I'm Cuban. But essentially, this is what I thought about, right? So lowering the standards for acceptance to university for a bachelor's degree and things like that. A place like, you know, maybe South Africa or other parts of Africa which are more rural or more remote, or like you would imagine somewhere like in the country in the US, right, where not the best or highest rated schools are, and even inner cities like I said, a guy I always play with, Drax, me and him went to an F school. So Florida for a while had the FCAT, and if you didn't pass this test, you didn't pass the grade, right? And we went to a school where the average grade for the FCAT was an F. Like everyone was failing. Really, really bad school. And then I think about things like that. Oh man, I hit N. Whoops, misclick. I'm a spirit. I think about things like that, and then I think like, okay, maybe someone from a place where there isn't a good base education is trying to do something differently and you know, trying to, you know, go to university and stuff like that, but they don't have kind of the understanding or knowledge to get in, you know? However, if you do lower the standard, once they get in, almost every college has like remedial classes to where they catch you up and get you at college level. I know a lot of people that have had to take remedial classes to start college that even that were in the military with me that just had been away from it for so long that they forgot, like, you know, the basics of algebra and things that are required as the base of a college education. So,
i.e., like me.
hey, you're in here, Pseudo. What's up, man? Yeah. So Pseudo, I was like almost stuck on that as well. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like by lowering the standards, then you create a system or a place where these people can at least get their foot in the door and start doing the college dance and then get caught up to speed. You know what I'm saying? Now, I think that would be perfectly okay. However, I don't agree with lowering the final qualification standards. Like, if you will achieve this degree, you have to be at this level because, again, back to the plane argument, you might be a pilot or you might be a doctor or you might be doing something that really affects people's lives, their livelihood, you know, like some jobs, some careers carry with them, you know, blood in their hands. Like they have to not mess up their job or someone is going to die. And I think that standards should not be lowered when that's involved, you know, when someone's performing surgery on your child or on you or something crucial like that, you know?
Yeah. And I think you raise an interesting point, which I think is probably important to touch on, is that the answer for you there was basically saying that if required, people should have the ability to get access to the additional education they need to succeed, right? And the thing about that becomes that it obviously highlights there's a pretty significant failing in the education system to provide people with what it is they need to thrive in this world. And what I kind of look at there is that if you sit there and you appreciate that as being true, that our education system is failing people to the point where even in college they are required to take remedial classes, which is an additional level of effort required by that person before they can even start a college level education. It suggests that the real answer should be that, okay, why don't we have an independent school? If our public schools are failing our students and our private schools are failing our students, why don't we have some kind of an acceleration program, if that makes sense? If you ask scoring within the lower 25 percentile of, marks in high school, for example, but you want to work harder and you're willing to put your money where your mouth is and enroll in an acceleration program, why don't we make that kind of thing available? It's exactly the kind of thing I think taxpayer money should be going towards, as opposed to just going, these people are this is going to sound awful, this is just I'm playing devil's advocate. These people are too stupid to pass anyway. Let's just give them a passing mark. No, give them the chance to prove how smart they really are.
That's a fact. And Steps, get some rest. Appreciate you for swinging through. Another thing that Juan pointed out, which was, I didn't realize, like, it's so nice to have an international community that can come together here and speak to some issues because, like King pointed out, with some discussions that we've had privately, that our views of the world in the US are warped by our media and what we have access to or what we see going on in our own country. And oftentimes we don't realize that everyone's having the same problems. Like, we're all the same. We're all Homo sapiens, and we're all going through the same issues and the same things that come with trying to survive as a species together, right? And he was saying that one of the issues with not lowering the standards, right, is that there's a high dropout rate, and then you have all these people that want to try the college dance, and then they show up and they really try, and they end up failing out or not being able to meet the standards. Oh my god!
This is another thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's been really bugging me with the schooling system, right? Is they teach us unnecessary stuff. Like, why don't they teach American people how to do their taxes as like a teenager, how to do all that, right? But they don't. They teach you how to count numbers 1 to 3. Like, literally, they're teaching us common sense stuff, and it's dumb because I feel like it should be holded to a standard. There should be no accelerated program. If you don't hit that standard, it's on you. And I think high school, it should end around not 18 but 16. It shouldn't be as long as it is because you don't need that much time and effort to hit that level. This is coming from somebody that was raised in the best of schooling system and everything, and I pushed hard enough for it to happen. The drop rate level, the reason why it's so high is because nobody wants to sit in high school for 6 years. Nobody wants to sit and learn the same stuff over and over again. Because when I was in high school, what I realized was they kept teaching us stuff that we already got taught in primary school. Stuff that I already knew. But in more complicated quote-unquote words, even though it was simple. Yeah. Just to put it into the way it was in primary school.
And the sad part about that is that all those issues that you're talking about, they're U.S. issues, but they're by design, because we start to understand that they are training and developing a workforce. They don't want people to be, unique and independent thinkers because it doesn't benefit people that already have a ton of money. Like, you would be training your competitions in essence, you know? And they'd rather you just be smart enough to work for them, but not smart enough to overtake them. And then that's kind of like the perfect ground. And sadly, that's the reality,
And it's something that I think is an example of, as we as a global entity of mankind develop and integrate with each other and share ideas and interbreed and have a wide range of genetic backgrounds, what you end up with is a wide range of people who think and process and learn in different ways. There's people who are visual learners, there are people who are auditory learners, there are people who are kinesthetic learners, there are people who learn from example, there are people who learn from doing, and then there's all different kinds of ways that we think about things. Math makes sense to different people in different ways. And the education system not only doesn't want to cater to those people who don't think outside of them, they are actively trying to change the way that people process things so that they fall in line with how they want you to do things. Because it's easier to mark, it's easier to teach a unified syllabus, and it's easy to have students who do things the way the teachers tell them to do, as opposed to teachers who understand their students. I'm a high school dropout myself, technically speaking. I left school early because of a horrific level of bullying and problems with teachers in school. I'm a fairly bright guy, all things considered. I'm not going to sit there and try and blow my own horn too much, but I'm a fairly bright guy who was failed by the education system. And it speaks volumes to how many of them are out there. I know so many people. I work with a lot of youth in the skate parks. I'm a fairly high level rollerblader, and I work with youth in skate parks to kind of mentor them and encourage them. The amount of parents I speak to who are pulling their kids out of the education system to homeschool them because they feel that their child won't get a fair chance otherwise is heartbreaking. The amount of parents who sit there and go, the state has failed my child, I need to take this into my own hands. And like, big ups on those parents for taking that risk, because that is not an easy thing to do. But the fact that they feel the need to do so at all speaks volumes to how our current education system is failing our youth.
Dude, preach, man. And what's crazy about that, dude, is that I've met a lot of people. You know, I'm a very social person, and I interact with lots and lots of people, man. And the interesting part about it all is that, as you said, whenever I meet someone and I'm like, wow, this person is absolutely brilliant, like I feel like I've met a truly intelligent individual. Oftentimes, the common denominator is that they too are high school dropouts. Because I'm in the same boat as you, man. I'm technically a high school dropout as well. And I've done pretty well for myself in life, you know. And while I may not have a supreme education, you know, I am a fan of kind of Elon's mentality, in that he says that there is a divide between intellect and education. You can have
absolutely
people that are very well educated but are not very smart, and people that have no education that are genius. And it comes out in every field. Like, when we were fixing planes, we would have guys that were just geniuses, man. Like, these guys were borderline insane engineers, and they came from some little place in the middle of the woods, didn't really, you know, have any kind of education, but they can take things apart and put them back together and figure out and fix problems that no one else could. And they were incredible, you know? And it's interesting that you mentioned that is the case, that you're seeing it a lot, and I've also seen it like a ton.
Yeah.
One thing. Oh.
No, you go. You're good.
One thing I will say though is, in a lot of like areas of the world, the teachers, it's not the students' fault, it's the teachers. So a lot of them don't know like how to behave around kids or teach kids or handle kids. Like, there was like a couple problems that I've seen, like with a lot of schooling, with my like little cousins growing up and all that, right? A lot of the teachers, right, they get like, let's say you're like a preschool teacher, they don't understand how that age group works. And you could argue me and say, oh yeah, they do. No, most of these teachers literally get qualified, go into it, and then do it. And then they try to learn while doing it, which I feel like it's really unhealthy to do, because it's unhealthy for the children. Because when I was younger, there's a lot of teachers. Like, when I was in primary school, I can literally call out what year I was in, year 8. I had an issue with a teacher that would single me out and make me do extra work just because I was smarter than the other kids. And I got targeted for it. And she tried to like push me, but wasn't pushing the other kids. Like, there's kids lower than me and all that, but she wasn't pushing them. She was pushing me, somebody that didn't need help with the stuff I was learning, which was kind of agitating. But
yeah, there's actually a really great there's a great lecture done by a guy called Randy Pausch. He's a former VR pioneer and Carnegie Mellon professor, and he does a series, or there was a series called The Last Lecture, which was, if you were going to die, what is the last lecture you would want to give to the world? Like, what would be your final teachings? And he had inoperable tumors in his liver, and he was diagnosed terminal cancer. And just before he got his opportunity to do it under that title, they changed the name of it to something else. And so he went, damn it, I finally nailed the premise, and they go and change the name on me.
Oh, man.
But he has this great thing where he talks about when he was a kid growing up, he wanted to be in the NFL. NFL?
Football, American football kind of thing?
American
Yeah.
football, yeah. And he said that there was this one time when one of his coaches was sitting there going, "You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Give me push-ups. Give me laps. You're doing it wrong. Give me push-ups. Give me laps. You're still doing it wrong. Give me push-ups. Give me laps. Give me push-ups. Give me laps. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again." And at the end of the session, he's worn out. He's exhausted. He's tired. He feels absolutely singled out. This person is pushing him for all the things he's doing wrong. And the assistant coach says to him, "Man, he was riding you really hard today." "Yeah, he was." And he goes, "That's a good thing." "What?" "That's a good thing. If you're screwing up and nobody is telling you, they have given up on you." And to me, that was like one of the most brilliant things that he ever said, that like sometimes your harshest critics are the ones who actually love you because they see you for what you could be, not what you are.
Yeah, they're trying to make potential come out. Real quick though.
Absolutely.
Papa Pump, that was a hilarious comment, man. I love that. He said the Pearl Shop Slayer is back and in an aerodynamic fashion. Didn't recognize you at first. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Yeah, this is a part of a choice I made for the fitness journey. I started posting kind of those videos on YouTube 3 times a week. They'll be up. But we're going to go for like, I don't know, man, 70 to like 100-pound weight loss in a 3-month period, which should be totally doable. It's been fun so far. I've had 3 workouts. But anyway, that'll be on there. And Kevin Levrone, by the way, that's the name of Levrone. That's the name of a bodybuilder, which I like as well. Pretty much Tuvala Timmy on gear right now. Got my costume, and that's about as far as we've gotten with the gear. Because I don't have that set up to where, you know, the exclamation mark gear. But back to that point, man, a lot of interesting things there, right? So, about the being singled out. Here's what I think is a real issue, right? So, I think human beings in general, for as amazing as we are as communicators, for a lot of people, like there's a lot of people that are kind of not super social or like have social issues as far as getting points across or telling people how they really feel and things like that. I think that what might have been happening, could be wrong, you know, sometimes teachers push kids really hard because they believe in them and they think that they can carry a higher load and they don't know how to voice that. And I think it's important to voice those things and be like, hey, you know I'm a little hard on you sometimes, but I only do this because I love you. And, you know, and I think that's a thing that we need to exercise as parents as well, because some parents push their kids into the ground and they never kind of like explain why they're being so mean to their kids. And the whole time the kid isn't really understanding, and the kid is also not voicing that, like, man, you know, the kid's not straight up saying, do you hate me? Like, you know, do you not love me as your child? Like, why are you doing this to me? You know? So it's a mute relationship between both parties. And this is something that would fix most relationship issues as well, as far as like your intimate partner and things like that. And it's really hard. It's a oddly difficult thing for us to do as human beings, inexplicably, you know? And the other part of that argument is that I do see a lot of people in fields that they have no business being in, you know? You have people doing something and they do it for money and they do it for success, and these people just have legitimately no business being in this field or doing this one thing because it's not for them, but it makes good money and it gives them opportunities that they want, and they do it anyway. And I think that's a horrible way to go about life, and it's a very dangerous thing, right? Because you see it a lot in fields that it should have no place in, right? There's a lot of guys that are really, really smart and they could make a lot of money being smart, and they choose to go into things like medicine and, you know, they become lawyers or something like that. They have no dog in that fight. They have no passion for what they're doing. And that's a really dangerous thing. When someone that's in charge of your freedom doesn't care whether you go to prison or not, they are looking at it from the standpoint of, how can I maximize my output as far as gain in this specific situation? It's a recipe for disaster and a really dangerous thing, you know? But it happens every day. There's people that are kind of living life that way every single day. And they're highly successful people at times, you know? And oftentimes their success comes from a place of them wanting to earn more and not having a passion for what it is they're doing. And another field which we're talking about that sadly you see this a lot in is education. Like some people become like PE teachers, you know, and then they have to do regular classes and stuff. Because, and I had friends growing up that would talking about this like it was the dream, you know, like guys that retire from the military too. They're like, you know, I'm gonna get a pension already for the rest of my life. I'm gonna have this and that. I should go be like a PE teacher or something, you know. That way I can make money for doing very little or close to nothing. And that's a horrible approach, and a lot of times those people don't realize that that's an approach that kind of wrecks everybody that's involved. Yo, Juicebox, what's good, man? So I know there's a lot of that in every field, you know. You point at the field, there's a lot of that, and it's so rough to see because a lot of it comes from different places. The desire to make money, but a lot of it, which you see a lot, you know, in Asian communities, sadly, which is the parents have a certain high threshold expectation from the kids, and they kind of force them to be a doctor, or a lawyer, or whatever profession, despite it not being what the child wants for their life or what they think they would do best at or what satisfies their soul, you know. And people spend their entire existence doing something that they really don't enjoy to satisfy someone who is ultimately never going to be happy with whatever level you reach in that field, you know. And
there's another tin of candy towards that with Asian parents. The newer generation of Asian parents has been more subtle with the kids. It's only really the older generation that you see that with. It's more of like, it matters how you were raised. It's not even just Asian. It's just like, it's certain ones. Like Chinese are more harder on their kids than, let's say, somebody from the Philippines.
The Philippines, yeah. I was gonna say the Philippines because they're chill, man. Filipinos are super chill.
Yeah,
I love
but
the PI, dude.
I feel like the hardest way to get through that, coming from somebody that did have strict parents like that, it's just like you gotta like sit down and talk to them, and if they don't listen, then it's just like it sucks.
Yeah.
Because my parents were pushing me to be a doctor, but I'm pushing to be a veterinarian, and they don't like that I'm pushing for that because it's less pay, and it's like my grandma was the one that raised me, so it's all coming from my grandma because she was the one that taught me everything that I know, and she was forcing me to be a doctor, but I chose to be something else, and she like had like a whole outburst on me and like blamed me for everything. So currently do not live with her, but you know.
Yeah.
If you go against their word, it like gets bad.
Yeah, there's a big failing in our society right now, which I describe as passion versus pay packet. There are so many people out there who, when they're doing what they love, when they're passionate about what they're doing, my word, the work those people can do is incredible. One of my best friends is fairly heavily dyslexic. He's not what you would describe as an intellectual type person, right? And he loves engines, vehicles, whatever he can get his hands on that makes a noise when you hit the gas, he's about it. He's gotten a job as a tractor mechanic working for one of the large agricultural firms here, and he is killing it. He's won awards for the quality of his work. He's won recommendations to other agricultural firms for his capacity and his prowess and what he's doing. And this is a dude who struggles to spell sometimes basic words. This is a dude who isn't that great at communicating what he's really feeling or thinking. He's a fairly quiet, reserved guy who nobody would describe as an intellectual because that's not fair to him. That man is an engineer. That man is a mechanic. And when he's doing what he's passionate about, it is unbelievable what he can accomplish. Whereas if you sat there and said to him, oh, you could be earning more money in this job, that man would burn out, hate his life, hate his job, and give up in 6 months. But you put that man where his passion lies, and you know, talking about right there, you know, like if your passion is with animals and you want to work in being a veterinarian, if that's where your passion lies, that's where your power lies. And a lot of people sacrifice personal power and personal satisfaction for a pay packet that means nothing to them. You know, I fell 100%. Into that trap with one of my last jobs where I was working in industrial electrical manufacturing, and I was good at the job and I did well in the job, but man, I was feeling like my heart and my soul were being sucked out the bottom of my feet every day I stepped inside that facility. And,
Miserable.
you know,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'm working for a motorbike shop now. I do parts and accessories and a little bit of motorcycle sales and that kind of thing right now. And I am so much happier working on something I'm passionate about. You know, I love motorcycles. I love being out there and
same.
riding. I love my bike at home. And this whole passion versus pay packet argument, I think, has become a big thing because kids aren't taught to capitalize on what they love. They're taught to capitalize on where they can make money. And the reality is we have a generation of artists, writers, poets, singers,
Right now.
mechanics,
Agreed,
painters,
dude.
you name it, who are living unfulfilled lives because they sat there and went, well, working a retail job is easier money right now, and I'll do that.
It's crazy, man. And Time Frog from chat. Hi, what's up? And real quick point, Ruru. Yeah, so it is a stereotype, 100%. I agree. But here's my take on stereotypes. They're not good because they're a blanket statement, right? That encompasses everyone. But I think if they're looked at accurately, they're a good thing as far as just for analysis or data, right? An observation point, because you can't say that everyone like this is this way, but I think that they exist for a reason because, you know, we have someone right now on Discord that's pretty much feeding the stereotype saying like, hey, yeah, I am this and this is how it works, you know? So I think it's not a good thing to say that everyone, you know, that has this type of parent or comes from this type of upbringing is this way, but it is a good thing to look at why this is the situation and why it is so broadly seen as this, because for a large majority, it is the reality, you know?
Yeah. There's an argument for stereotypes which basically says if they weren't true to some extent, they wouldn't exist.
No,
Right.
100%. The whole thing is like, don't be mean to people. Like, don't, because it's almost like, oh, you know, a stereotype is racist. It's just pointing out a specific cultural normality in a specific place, you know? That's the way that I see it. And with, oh, it says something, my shield is glowing. Does that mean I have to repair? It broke?
Yep. Yeah, low durability. It's not broken yet, but it'll break soon.
And I can repair at my tent, right? If I
Right.
find a place.
As long as you have silver. Yep.
I don't know where to put it. It needs to be, oh, maybe right here in the wilderness, little spot here. Where's my tent? Sweet.
Yeah, I think like the whole argument with stereotypes is an interesting one because on one hand, it's harmful to rely on stereotypes for analysis, but I think it's important to recognize why those stereotypes have become perceived as normality. I mean, it's certainly true of a lot of Asiatic cultures that they are incredibly strict with regards to the education of their child and that kind of thing. Now, is that a relevant place to start dictating how the parenting styles of Asiatic cultures should change? Probably not. But it is a worthwhile point to look at and go, okay, this is, generally speaking, largely true of these people, and there are benefits and downsides to the way they're doing this.
Yeah.
What kind of things can we learn from that blanket look, you know, and where can we start to have a more nuanced discussion about how those things affect people, you know? Because if it is true that they are strict with their children, and I do certainly believe that, largely speaking, it is, where does the nuance in that discussion come in? Where do we start talking about the benefits and downsides of that level of strictness with particular children in comparison to other parts of the world? Perhaps there's a benefit to it, perhaps there's not. But without digging into the specific details of each thing, it becomes very difficult to have an accurate image of what these ramifications are. But on the same note, if you don't recognize the trend of what is largely speaking true, you've got nowhere to start that conversation.
Fact, man. I think that I'm a fan of philosophy, man. I love philosophy. And my favorite philosopher, so I may be biased here, is Aristotle. And kind of loosely quoting, he has something that says, you know, you show me like passion in the work and I'll show you perfection in the craft. And it's what you were saying, that if you take someone and you let them thrive in a field which they love, they'll work not 8 hours and hate it. They'll work 20 hours and enjoy every second of it. It won't feel like work. Example, video games. Any of us can play video games for like 20 hours, you know? We can't work for 20 hours because we hate that. And that goes with, there's another quote that he has that says, show me a boy by the age of 7 and I'll show you the man. Like, early education is extremely important, right? Like,
100%.
early child development is crucial. And a lot of the things that you see, like, you know, we talked like there's strict Asian parents, but they're kind of culturally everywhere. Because in the US, you see it a lot. Like, I had not so much strict parents, but when it came to doing certain things, there was an extremely high demand for success in certain things for me when I was younger. And for some reason, man, like, maybe it's just a boy thing. I'm not sure for like girls in the US because I'm not one, but sports is like a thing that, you know, your dad, like, and parents have this thing. Rory the Mage, thank you so much for the follow. And Juicebox, I'm definitely reading, man. So when you guys see me throw thumbs up or something, I read the chat. Or when, you know, you ask to see if I have a food on, I show you the food buff. That's confirmation that I'm seeing it. I just don't like to interrupt people while they speak. But give you a perfect example. My little cousin, right? Great tennis player. So his dad had him, you know, they had money. So it's like private coaches, this, that, everything. And then he had him doing football and tennis at the same time, got scholarships, going to good school right now, everything like that. So he started running into serious kind of like medical health issues because the doctors were pretty much like, hey, man, this poor kid's skeletal structure is like that of an old person, you know, because you have beat so much sport into this kid so quickly while he's still trying to develop his body that it's ruined him, you know, like his bones are very brittle and like just you see top athletes that they get an injury and never recover from it the same way. And then we're putting these kids through like top athlete kind of treatment, you know, and you got practice and then you got training and then you have personal lessons and they just don't stop in school and everything at the same time. And a lot of times, oftentimes, Ella de Grim. Oh man, I read that comment. It made me laugh. It was in Spanish, but yeah, my face looks like good people. I hope so, man. But essentially, man, like oftentimes when you look at the argument, you realize that parents, and this is a ludicrous statement to make. This is what's bonkers to me, man. That parents put the expectation on the child that they were never able to meet. So, quick question, right? You mentioned that, you know, they wanted you to be a doctor. Quick question. Is the person that wanted you to be a doctor themselves?
No, but she was a nurse.
Okay, so they're putting an expectation on you while you're younger to go above what they were able to achieve in their own life. And that's the case like every time, which I don't understand. Like they want you to be a professional athlete. Like they want you to play Major League Baseball or they want you to play for the NFL. And they're willing to, here's what's bizarre. Our parents love us and everything, but they're willing to sacrifice our bodies while we're young and like injure us severely in order to achieve a goal that they have set for us in their own mind. And I don't think that they're doing it willingly or that, you know, sometimes we can hurt others without realizing that we did. I think that's what's happening. Yeah, subconscious. Like, oh, this is what's best for you. This is what's better for you, you know, but they don't take a lot of stuff into consideration. And the older generation, one thing that we've really gotten good at with our generation is like identifying mental health trauma and issues, which everyone's going through. Like there's no depression in the old generation, you know, there's none of that. It's just like,
I would deny that.
Oh, if you have a different
never
experience.
addressed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like there's nothing like that. Like why you get it together, you know? It was just kind of like there wasn't any real kind of like
was seen as weakness.
Weakness, 100%, dude.
Not
bro, and this might be true for other kids that are like me, man. Like I wasn't allowed to cry as a kid my whole life, bro. Like it was not allowed. It was forbidden. Like you're a man, stop crying. You know, like it was just like if I was a child, right? Not even a teenager. If I was a child and cried, I was gonna get my ass beat for crying. You know,
I'll give you something to cry about, right?
Yeah.
I'll give you something to cry about.
And that was like the thing, and people thought that it was like you needed that to demand respect and this and that, and like, man, I love my kids, dude. My kids are like gummy bears to me, dude. We're all stuck together, you know. I'm always hugging them and kissing them, and I'm like the gooeyest dad ever, man. And I don't think it's needed. And I like that our generation's waking up to that fact that it isn't required, that you don't have to be like, you know, an extremely strict parent to get your kids to love and respect you, that there's things you can achieve with words. I just don't think the older generation understood how to use words, or at least the right words properly, to achieve the things that they wanted to achieve with their kids.
Yeah, I think that the older generation lacked a lot in terms of communication. I mean, speaking on a personal level, you know, my family had all kinds of different issues. We won't go into them too deeply, but I ended up having to cut my family off because what I recognized is they would do anything within their power to avoid actually talking to me and communicating with me. Because if you communicate with someone, if you really have a discussion with someone and you hear what they're saying and you actually empathize with what they're feeling, it brings on a whole new level of responsibility to yourself that many people weren't willing to undertake. To really sit there and stand in the shoes of your child, who, in many people's minds, you know, no, that's my child, as though it's some kind of a possession.
Yeah.
They don't tell me how they feel. I'll tell them how they're supposed to feel.
Yeah.
To really actually sit there and be with that person as a human being, empathize with them and stand in their shoes,
it's difficult.
That takes so much more out of it, right? And I love that, you know, talking about some of the kids that get homeschooled that I work with at the skate park. There's this young girl, and her parents literally, when they take her to the skate park, they bring along skateboards themselves. So, you know, I'm a rollerblader, not a skateboarder, so I can't be of that much assistance. I encourage her as much as I can, you know, and I tell her that I believe that she can do certain things that she can. But her parents are right there next to her on the ramps, trying to learn the same stuff, and they're really understanding the struggle their daughter is going through. And to me, that is a beautiful thing to witness, because it gives me so much faith that those parents will actually understand that child's struggles, because their struggles will be different to the struggles of their parents, and they'll be different to the struggles of her brothers, and they'll be different to the struggles of the kid next door. But by really sitting there and standing next to their child, not in front of, not above, but next to, it means that child is going to be heard. That child is going to be understood, and it is a wonderful, wonderful thing to witness.
That I agree, man. That's a beautiful thing. Chat's pretty funny. Juicebox said, "Depression is a luxury my parents could not afford."
Yeah,
it's so funny to laugh at now, but and I don't laugh at it like, oh, haha, I'm making fun of mental health. I laugh at it like I was there. We were all there, you know, like we experienced this, and it's funny to us now because in like a laughing at a sad event in our lives kind of way, you know. That this was our reality for a really long time. And then Rory the Mage mentioned on kind of the pushing sports by parents that they had a classmate who did high school football and basically sustained a really, really bad injury. They weren't the brightest child, but took a good hit, got hospitalized, and was never the same again. And that's a reality. Like a lot of these sports are, you know, and then we're talking football and baseball, which very easily something could go wrong and somebody could hit a baseball, you know, somebody could hit a home run into your face and kill you. And that's the reality. And then there's combat sports, which is like the UFC is the fastest growing sport in the world right now. And there's a lot of kids younger and younger that are now not even going into like a boxing thing. They're like training to be this guy that does this extremely kind of volatile thing now from a very early age. And it's concerning, you know, it's dangerous. Not saying that they shouldn't, because if it's a passion, then, you know, hey, and if it's what they want to be, awesome. But it's a dangerous thing, you know, and that and being a parent is scary too. I used to tell my mom all the time, like I was one to do dangerous things frequently, and my mom would always be
ride a motorcycle.
Oh yeah, no, all the dangerous things, dude. Like I did all the dangerous things, and I always told this to my mom, and like to try and kind of like have her understand. And I was like, Mom, look, like no one wants Steve Irwin to be their kid. You know, like no one wants to have a kid that looks into muddy water and says, I'm going to jump in there and find an alligator and pull it out, you know? But to some people, that is the only thing that will bring them peace in life. And you got to let them live, you know? Like You like
Yeah.
bikes too, man. Motorcycles are dangerous, dude. So many people die all the time. And I rode sports bikes. Like, I love sports bikes. And I know how dangerous they are and how many lives they've claimed. And it's happened close to home, you know? But there's just a freedom that I get out of that is worth risking quite literally
absolutely.
your life for, you know? Like, you don't feel free as a human being in society oftentimes, but when you're on the bike and you know that rules don't apply, nothing applies, that this is the embodiment of true freedom, it gives you a feeling inside that you just can't achieve through any other means, you know? And the same applies to people that like skydiving or like really dangerous things, you know? There's a freedom in that human beings seek. And if your child just so happens to like that, you know, God bless you, because dude, like I'm terrified. You know, having kids, I'm terrified that they're gonna grow up to like something really crazy, or to be like me in a way, you know, and do dangerous things. That's scary as a parent, but at least I understand that they'll never be at peace and they'll never be happy if you don't let them do the things that they love, that they were born for, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, it even comes down to things that aren't what I would call traditionally dangerous, if you will, right? If we look at people in the arts, whether that's theatre, poetry, writing, if that's dance, if that's painting, whatever it might be, right?
Yeah.
These people are expressing their true and most vulnerable, deepest self to the world in a performance of types, or in an art form of types that exposes sometimes some of their deepest and most powerful insecurities, or some of their most deepest and powerful feelings as they work through some of these things. And that in and of itself is dangerous. Imagine sitting there and telling the whole world, this is what's wrong with me, and this is how I'm battling it myself. There's an element of danger that you are exposing the softest and most vulnerable parts of yourself to the whole world. And there is nothing that can save you from that experience, right? The moment your cards are laid out on the table and you show the world what's inside of you, the world can do with that what it will. And, you know, I do poetry on the side, so I've done a lot of things that are a bit frightening. Getting up on stage and speaking the
Public
truth of my
speaking,
life
man. Yep.
out to the world, man. People could take that and tear me down. People could sit there and use that, my deepest insecurities, to rip me in half. And it is, to me, as dangerous spiritually and emotionally as something like riding a bike is dangerous physically.
Yeah. And let's be real, man. Let's be honest. You mentioned that you had issues, like deep issues with bullying and things like that. You're talking about spiritually and emotionally. Let's be real, man. If people get inside your head enough, it is the ultimate physical danger, because suicide is real, and something like that could affect your life. Like, you could ride motorcycles for 50 years, top them out, like never have an issue, and then you could end up going through like a falling in mental health, and that's what ends up taking your life. So in the end, it ends up being the most dangerous thing, you know?
Yeah, and I think that what it comes down to is that when people have these passions, whether that's writing, whether that's riding, whether that's sports, whether that's painting, whether that is sculpture, whether that is video games, or music, absolutely. Music is a great example. If people don't live their passions, they're dead before they're born.
Yep,
you
they're
know what
dead
I mean?
inside. Agreed. I'm gonna hit chat real quick. Rory the Mage mentioned not getting put on paper for an autism diagnosis, and then going about life, you know, eventually graduating and stuff like that. I'm not sure where that was. I know here that you know, there's people that have autism and stuff like that, and I'll be completely honest with you. Past 30 years old is when I've realized, like, now going to a lot of the things are hidden, you know, and then you start doing things that are a little bit out of the norm. I never fit into any kind of bubble in school. I was always very social. Like, I was great in school. I made more friends than anybody. You know, I'm a social butterfly. But as far as like the actual education part of school, I've always had straight Fs, and like I'm a high school dropout, and I've done horrible in school, you know? And Leonardo DiCaprio said something interesting. He said, it's not that I was a bad student or wasn't interested in school, it's that I wasn't interested in any of the things that they were trying to teach me. I wasn't dumb, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I read that, and it resonated with me, and I was like, man, this is my life, dude. Like, I'm not dumb. I just don't see the world the same way, maybe. And then I started kind of like going into college, like, you know, recently, like 1-2 year recent. And then I realized that there were things about me that were absolutely not normal or in line with everyone else, you know? And then almost like self-diagnosed, kind of like you hit the realization, like, man, you're like, dude, am I like autistic? Like, is this real, you know? And then you start realizing that, like, maybe you are, you know? And I joke around, like, Pseudo's in here, I joke around with him all the time, and I'm like, man, you got the tism, bro, you know? And then we joke around because, like, you start to notice that you do things, or that certain people do things that are just not social norms, or that they miss social cues that they should be picking up on, you know, that are what others would consider common sense. And you're like, you know, eventually we got to realize, like, you don't need a diagnosis for everything in life to know somebody has something going on. Like, you don't got to go to the doctor if you're coughing all the time to know that you might be a little sick, or that there's something that's out of the norm, you know? And I think it's interesting the way everything has evolved and developed in that way, where we're now realizing that, oh man, when we were growing up, there was just, oh yeah, you know, he's a little slow, or like, yeah, he's got this or that, but there wasn't a name for it. We just kind of said that people were special, you know? And they might have been successful in a lot of other things, but they were special at certain other things, and now they're like, oh, they're lightly autistic. And I actually had my son taken in, man, and looked at, you know, because you know, I didn't see anything wrong with him, dude. I thought everything was honky dory, you know. And then like people were telling me things, and I was like, man, like these people are crazy, bro. Like, what are they saying? Is this a real thing? Whatever. So I felt a responsibility as a father to do something about it. I took him in, and then the doctors like looked at me like I was an idiot, dude. And it was very interesting. And essentially, this is what he said. He's like, this is what I'll tell you right now. He's like, I see kids that are this age all day long, every single day, and I've done it for years. And he's like, what I can tell you is that your kid is not like the other kids. And I was like, oh, okay, got it. You know, so in knowing that something actually exists and is there, you're now able to navigate the waters of why maybe you're not getting the response out of your child that you feel you should be getting, and how to maybe help him, or, you know, train him for the world. Because the reality is that the entire world is not going to cater to a specific thing. And I call it that because I'm not going to call it a disability, because let's be real, a lot of people that have autism really have like superpowers, you know. They're like legit superhumans when it comes to certain things. Like, so what if they don't understand?
Sometimes they like super hyper focus on something.
Oh yeah. And their ability
and that
to
just,
reason
like, leads them to open doors that not other normal minds can tap into.
100%.
Yeah, there's a beauty in being unique, that having a fresh set of eyes on a problem is often a really great way to find a solution that you yourself may have skipped over. And I like to think that there are people out there who have brains that work differently to the general populace, who are the fresh set of eyes that we need to actually start to isolate and resolve a bunch of problems that we are seeing.
No, 100%. And quick chat right here. Juice, I don't think that's weird, man. Prison mentality is a good way to call it. Like my dad used to call that, you know, call it that. Like, you know, they call them presidiarios. But the thing about that, man, I think that has to do with your upbringing, because I'm the same way, bro. Like, if you're raised around dangerous scenarios all the time, when you enter into any scenario, you have this constant fear of things going bad and what your response to those things are going to be, versus someone who's been raised in a very safe. Rory the Mage, I'm glad you verbalized that way better than I could. Yeah, that is 100% a heavy sign of childhood trauma. And, you know, some would call it childhood trauma, but I mean, I think it is what it is, you know. We came up in a certain environment, a certain way, and we have this built-in subconscious response to the world around us to make sure that we're going to be okay and that our family's going to be okay, and we have to sit in a certain part of the restaurant, and We have to know where the exits are, and we have to know what we're going to pick up if something goes down, you know? And that's just a part of the upbringing, you know? There's nothing that can be done about that. Yeah, River said he's going to be right back.
To comment on the mental health and slash like autism thing, it is better to get diagnosed. I will say that. People like to say, "Oh no, but it's like it's just better to know that it's there." It isn't. It's better to get medicated than it is to like sit there and do nothing about it. Like it's really bad. Like with somebody with ADHD and a couple other problems. Like when I was unmedicated, I was like monotone. And I know some meds can make you a monotone person in general, but you just gotta like, there's different ones, right, that work for different people. You gotta like look around and see what there is, because it's like the same with like birth control for women. Like, sorry to compare it to that, but it's like some will make you fat and some will make you like moody, some will make you like different things. But if you find that right one, right, that puts you on the dot where it's like, oh, I feel good on this, it's not gonna make me unhealthy or anything, that's when like you can finally say, oh, I've got that problem out of the way. Because for some people, like mental health can be a big blockage towards goals in life.
No, I 100% agree, and I agree with both your statement and Rory and Chat's statement, where Rory's like, oh, I've been medicated, never again, you know, and I've gone both ways with it. Like, I've tried Adderall and stuff like that, and I don't take anything, but I can see how there's levels to things as well. Like, some people are lightly autistic, some people are like super autistic, some people are nonverbal, you know, and it's a different scenario for each person. And I think the answer with human beings, as diverse as we are, is never to blanket statement things, or like just because this works for people, it doesn't mean it's going to work for you. It could work for 99.99% of the population, and maybe this is not what's good for you. And I agree, some people like that suffer from like severe depression and stuff, if they're not medicated, they're not here, you know. A lot of people can lose their life without medication because they have an issue that is that serious. And a lot of it is not even like, oh, you know, because people try to say that it's a weakness or things like that. Some of these people are the strongest people you can imagine. There's just something in the brain chemistry. It's as much an issue as like some people are diabetic or have high blood pressure genetically. You know, that's why they ask you if there's a history of mental health within your family, because, like, give you an example, some things are not by coincidence, right? Like, on my mom's side of the family, my grandfather is a bipolar schizophrenic. He passed away, you know, rest in peace. But it wasn't just my grandfather. You know, it wasn't just him. Like, his entire line, all of his brothers, he had a shitload of brothers. Every single one of them was like a schizophrenic. Like, we're talking straight jackets in Cuba schizophrenic. Like, off the rails, fairyland, very dangerous when they're having episodes, and absolute angels and normal people when they're not having episodes. And the same goes to any other thing. Like, depression is just another side of that mental health coin. But a lot of people just like see it as like, oh, just get out of bed, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Like, it goes beyond that. Sometimes it's the brain chemistry and people's biology that doesn't allow them to do certain things. So some of those people need to be medicated for sure. And if they're not, they're in a really bad spot. Oh, I'm out of mana pots. That's what's happening.
Okay, I will say this. Some like mental illnesses are hereditary and they'll develop early on life, or they were like at late. Like, it's like, that's like, it's probably like your grandpa or whatever probably had hereditary schizophrenia.
No, yeah, 100%. And King, man,
because
yeah, go ahead.
If they all had it, it was definitely for sure like hereditary, because my family has an issue like that as well. So I feel you on that. It's pretty bad, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, especially as well. I don't know about you guys, but over here we were taught the pyramid shape of dietary requirements, right? Like, well, this is what people eat.
Oh yeah,
this is what we do. And the reality is, as time has gone on and as human beings have become more diverse and more research has gone into it, we found there's no one size fits all for even things like diet, right? There are some people who can thrive on a vegetarian diet, and there's some people like myself who die if we're on a vegetarian diet. Like, I went vegetarian for a wee while, and it caused a huge amount of autoimmune issues. I've had to go onto a carnivore diet, which is fairly boring. Don't get me wrong, but man, I will never get bored of not being sick. And you know, we as a people thought we had diet figured out for years, and the reality is that there are so many different variables to mankind than we could ever imagine. And when you combine that with things like mental health, right, that one size fits all approach doesn't work at all. And you know, there's the old saying of course, it's the same water that hardens the egg softens the potato. It's not what you're going through, it's what you're made of. And when you look at that in the grand scheme of things, especially with regards to mental health, and you understand that there are some things people go through that will break a person, and then somebody else goes through the exact same thing, and it hones them into a better version of themselves. The trauma that brings somebody else to their knees might bring somebody to the best version of themselves as they fight through it. And similarly, having an easy, cushioned, no risk, no stepping out of your sanctuary life, for some people that's brilliant. It gives them exactly what they need to take on the world as they had, because they know they've got a safe space to always return back to. On the other hand, it cripples other people because they don't have the ability to face risk in their life. And when you look at mental health especially, there are so many things that everybody needs to have the ability to actually tailor how they respond to these mental health events, whether that's a hereditary trigger or whether that's an onset of a mental health issue that's come about from a particularly traumatic event or otherwise. We can't treat everybody as though we're all the same. God knows, we try to teach everybody, you're all unique, you're all different, you're all, you know, wonderfully and uniquely you. You know, you don't need to be conforming to the same thing as everybody else because you're a different person. And then we look at mental health, we go, that person's depressed, fill them up with medication and move on. Yeah. As though that's, you know, ever going to be the appropriate solution for everyone. Obviously, medication is a great thing when it's applied successfully. You know, when somebody breaks their ankle, we get them into a cast, we get them into a moon boot, we give them crutches, and those are phenomenal tools for recovery while that is necessary. And the hard part is that at some point you have to strengthen the ankle, you have to let go of the crutches, you have to let go of the moon boot, you have to take it out of the cast and let it strengthen itself on it, you know, by using it. And then we don't use that mentality for mental health at all. We don't teach people, hey, look, this is going to help you through this really difficult time when you can't stand on your own 2 feet. But once you can, we got to strengthen you, not your dosage.
Yeah, that's the thing too, that people, because it's profitable, you know, to keep people on medication. Yeah.
Because I gotta go out to a meeting with my friends, but I'll see you guys later.
Alrighty, thank you.
Have a good one.
No, yeah, that's a fact,
Rory
man.
was saying, yeah. Like, mental health issues can be so strengthening. You know, I mean, having been through what I've been through, and I've had a rough ride to where I am now, the capacity for empathy that my own mental health struggles has taught me and has gifted me is something I would never give up. Because I know there are people out there whose lives I've had a really positive impact on, because I've been able to understand where they're coming from. And if you don't struggle that way, you can't, you know? And obviously you can't empathize with everybody. I can't see through the eyes of people who have been through things I haven't. But man, to be able to understand the toll that certain events can take on a person's soul, and be able to sit there and say to somebody, I don't know exactly what you're feeling, but I know you're not alone. Those words, man, they can do so good to people, because all we want to do is feel like we're not alone in this war that we're going through. Yeah,
I agree, man. And without getting further sidetracked, I want to go back and touch on something that you said that I thought was just bonkers hilarious, man. And I've said this to a few friends. So I come from like a a pretty rough kind of traditional Hispanic male background, you know, where being soft is not in the books. And I've always, you know, I'm like the gym bro, you know, and I've always like just tough things out and this and that, and always heard the kind of how people downplay art kids and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, you know, here's this guy, like, you know, art people are made out to be or at least look soft, you know. And
absolutely.
Now going through art school, it's hilarious, man, because like I tell people, and it's crazy because some of our professors are like, oh, you kids are soft, or like, you know, you kids would have never made it through art school. And when I went through it, when it was really hard, like when it was actually F your feelings, you know. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? I was like, it was worse than this before. But I'm like, you know, you talked about speaking in front of people, and public speaking is something that I'm perfectly comfortable with. Like, I can get up in front of anyone and do anything. Like, it doesn't make me nervous because, at least for me, the trick in it is that I really don't care about anyone's negative opinion of me. As far as like, I have a very ironclad self-esteem, and I know who I am. I believe in myself. Your negative opinion of me isn't going to hurt my feelings, man. Like, I have thick skin, you know? And when you grow up in South Florida, everyone's always like, you know, pooping on everybody. And it's just, you get real hard real fast. But let me tell you, in art school, like, everybody's working on this thing, right? And coming from a more, like, let's say, you know, old school kind of masculine background, like in the military, being a mechanic, like fixing stuff and like, you know, taking planes apart, putting them back together with good old boys, you know, you would think that this is where you get hard, you know. You mess something up, everyone's like, oh yeah, like, oh, you idiot, like, you know, do this or like do it this way, you know. But overall, there's a little bit of reassurance and like, it's not that bad, man. Going to art school, like you said, you're working on this project for a really long time. You're pouring your heart and soul into this thing. You're really trying, dude. Like, you put so many hours into this thing, and you think that, you know, it's great or that it's good, and you may not be happy with it. You think it's good. The way they do it, man, is they bring everybody out into the hallway, and then they put everybody's work up on this like foam board, right? And this is hilarious, dude. It's gonna sound so bad because it is. So the professor comes out and he doesn't know whose thing is whose, you know, and neither do any of you. But after this is done, everyone's going to grab their thing. So you're going to know whose is whose, you know? And he goes up there and just looks at everything, and just, you'll go up to one of them and it'll just be instantly like, this is garbage. Like, this is just absolute crap. Like, the criticism is brutal, man. And I was like, dude, not a lot of people could take this type, like this level of criticism would break people entirely, you know, to just have something that you work so hard on that you thought you did a great job on, and they'll just defecate on it, man, and be like, this is garbage. This shouldn't even be up here. You should be ashamed of doing this, you know, after you just put like 12 hours into doing this. It's
you look
hard,
at that
man.
for performance things, you know, if you're an actor or you're a musician or you're doing comedy or you're doing like slam poetry, and you get up there and you've got this thing that you've written or you've worked on for months or sometimes years, and you know, if you're a musician and you get up there and you put on the performance of your lifetime, you know, like, this is me, as authentic and real as I could possibly be, this is the best piece of music I've ever produced, I'm really happy with it, I love it, this is the greatest thing I've ever done, and then you turn around and there's crickets in the audience sitting there going,
oh man, that's rough.
And that takes some skin, man. Like, I've done some poetry nights where, you know, I do a mixture of funny and serious poetry, and I've done some funny ones where I've never had to sit there and wait for a poetry crowd to settle down before carrying on, you know, like people like laughing so hard and just like clapping and cheering at one of the things. And then other times I've done this poem that I've taken a lot of time to really think through, and it's a really serious and close to my heart topic. And I've done it, and I've gone and I've enunciated everything perfectly. I put the emphasis where I want it to be. I read it the way that I saw it in my head, and there's just dead silence from the room.
Oh man.
And it's like, well, I I guess I'll just go out back and you know,
Right? Like so bad, dude.
I'ma just go chill out there. This silence is deafening. You know,
Yeah.
it's brutal to put yourself out there, and you know, when you look at those kind of things, that's a risky thing to do, and to have the skin to put yourself out there, get shut down, and then go, well, I'll do it again next week.
Yeah,
Man,
that's what's crazy.
Nuts, right? You know, and I mean, you look at people like Vincent van Gogh, who is one of the greatest artists of our time, and you consider that man died alone, broke, in a mental institution with nobody ever appreciating his work, and he still produced
That's crazy.
so many amazing paintings.
I did not know
anybody. Yeah, he died broken alone in a psych ward.
So nobody realized his magic until after?
He's the one that cut his ear off, wasn't he?
Correct, yeah. Nobody realized his majesty until afterwards. He is one of the greatest artists to ever walk the face of this planet, and nobody during his lifetime knew it.
It's like with
That's
Edgar Allan Poe. Like no one really thought his poetry or his writing was good.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Dude married his own sister, lived in depression with a cat.
Yep, that's it. And-
That's insane, man. That's a reality, dude.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. You could be looking at the face of the greatest writer to grace the face of the planet since Shakespeare or Hemingway or Twain or whatever, and they might live in obscurity for their entire life, die, and 50 years later people pick it up and go, oh my god,
This guy had
this
something
person
here.
absolutely. And the beauty of that to me is that you may not see the results of your own actions in your lifetime, but the results of your actions will be true irrespective. And I think that's definitely true of like trying to invest good into the world. That if you start a wave of good, if you throw a stone into a pond, you may never see where that ripple ends up, but that ripple goes somewhere. And you may do something kind for somebody one time, a random act of kindness, and you may end up spawning a wave of something that's so much bigger than you could have ever imagined. And the beauty of the mystery of that is that if you consider that your actions could carry on into eternity, what actions would you want to see? Would you want to sow into the world?
That's a beautiful way to word it, man. And Rory the Mage, real quick, I didn't think about this, but you know, Rory was talking about how a lot of mental illness had a purpose throughout history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really think about it, but it's like somebody that had like maybe a mild case of schizophrenia or like paranoia, right? Would have, genetically speaking, made for the best lookout. And that's crazy to think about that. Like they hear the cricket in the night, you know, that it's like, was it a cricket? Nah, man, that sounded like a branch breaking. That was, I'm telling you, something out there in those woods. And then it's an invading force, you know? Mm-hmm. And no one would have known, like the whole city would have fallen if it wasn't for the crazy guy they had out there. That's such a weird thing to think about the world in that way, you know?
Yeah. And you know, if we all put our brains into a box and all those boxes work the exact same way, we never get different outcomes. You take somebody who's autistic who looks at a particular way of doing things and goes, man, this is stupid. This makes no sense. I don't know why everybody thinks this is the best way to do things. That slightly different wiring of the brain that lets them see things in a slightly different way, that lets them communicate something in a very blunt manner. This is stupid. We should do it this way. And they turn around and go, what do you mean it's stupid? How is your way even going to work? And then that person is able to demonstrate that it works. You imagine if it was somebody with a regular brain who came up with that solution, who didn't have that bluntness to say, this is stupid.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we're doing it that way. All those things start to correlate into a path which leads to an outcome that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And if you consider people with like anxiety, for example, their constant awareness of themselves can actually end up benefiting them as they become more aware of what they're doing with particular things and can find a way to shift that Whereas somebody without anxiety might be doing something wrong and never inspect themselves closely enough to work out what that is. There's so many
That's a
benefits
fact.
that can actually come from some of these struggles that we face, provided people find a way to use them constructively. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit there and say every case of anxiety is good, because there are people so riddled with anxiety they can barely leave their house because the sun might be shining in the wrong direction and they might get blinded. And if they're blinded, they might not see a bus. And if they don't see the bus, they're going to cross the road. And if they
Yeah.
cross the road and they don't see the bus because of the sun
They
in their
can't
eyes,
move, they're
they're
just
going to
crippled.
die. Exactly. I'm not going to sit there and say that's a wonderful way for anyone to live their life. But, you know, like I had a head injury just over 3 years ago, or coming up on 4 years now. And that changed my life so immeasurably for the better because of the struggle I faced and what I learned in facing that struggle. And I'm very thankful that I had that head injury. You know, I often say to people that you have to be very careful what you wish for, because I used to say I wouldn't know God if he hit me in the head with a shovel. And so you got to be careful,
Oh,
man.
that's hilarious, dude.
Yeah. Like,
Oh man.
I was in a dead-end job, working for people I hated, supporting a product I hated, in an industry I hated, in a city where I had no friends, no family. I was in an abusive relationship. I was miserable and unhealthy. That head injury happened, and I had to face it, man. And it got me out of that relationship, it got me out of that city, it got me out of that job, and it got me to where I am now, which is so immeasurably better that, like, I walked through the fire, and everything that wasn't an important part of me was burnt away in that fire. And what I was left with was the most authentic, tempered, hardened version of myself that let me be the man I am today. I would have never gotten back into poetry if I hadn't had that head injury. I would have never been competing in rollerblading again if I didn't have that head injury. I would have never been living in the region that I am with the wonderful circle of people that I have around me if I never had that head injury. I wouldn't be playing BDO again if I didn't have that head injury. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys today if I didn't have that head injury. And those struggles and those challenges, we so often take for granted for the potential they could bring to our lives. And when I look at it in the grand scheme of things, I'd probably, I wouldn't be here, period, if I hadn't had that head injury. And so a lot of people can end up falling into a place of despair and pity when bad things happen to them. And I understand that myself, like having a heart attack at 22 and realizing that my athletic career was over, or so I thought. It's very easy to fall into that place of pity and despair.
Yeah.
But if you look at those challenges, if you have to climb over a wall, you are going to be stronger once you learn to climb that wall. If you have to rebuild something, you are going to be more experienced when it comes to building things. If you learn how to walk through that fire and turn out the other side a better person than you were when you walked into it, man, like, what a person you could be if you took all of life's challenges as a means to grow yourself. And I'm not saying it's an easy thing to do or that everyone can do it. But if you could try, you face a challenge, you go, I'm going to be better for this. Man, that attitude will carry you into the highest heights of the person you could be. Because however good you are now, you could be better. And if you take that challenge and you learn from it, you will be.
I agree, man. And it's interesting that you say that, because I look at it and I'm like, there's a lot of things that have happened that are interesting. And even just from this experience, there's a lot of new people that I've met. And do you feel like, you said, I wouldn't know him if he hit me in the head. Do you feel differently now about that statement?
Absolutely. I mean, ultimately, I got what I wished for, right?
Yeah.
And I would never describe myself as a religious person, but prior to that head injury, I was never a spiritual person. I never really believed in the importance of my soul or my place in this world, or for that matter, the importance of everybody in this world. And it really shifted my perspective in a way that I think has been a massive benefit, not just to myself, but to the people around me. I used to hate kids. And the head injury and the recovery path after it taught me that what I saw in those children was a reflection of myself. and I was projecting my self-hatred onto the kids around me. And once I learned that, man, that changed everything.
It's so
Because now
interesting what a turn
Yeah.
you took, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I have this saying, and I can't remember who taught me it or where I got it from or where the original statement was, but it's a beautiful phrase by which to live your life. And I say this: you can be the hero that was missing from your own story.
100%.
And that is such a powerful thing to realize, that once upon a time, I was that kid at the skate park, desperate for assistance, desperate for coaching, desperate for encouragement. I was once that small kid who didn't believe he could be an athlete. I was once somebody as a child who never believed I could amount to anything and that people didn't care about me. And to be able to take that knowledge and see the kids around me and be able to invest in their lives and tell them they're worth it, man, it is a beautiful feeling. There's a kid I coach down in a place called Wellington. His name's Mally, and he is a phenomenal rollerblader. Absolutely phenomenal. And he was not being encouraged or supported by anybody in the rollerblading community. And he sat there and, I worked with him for a day, and he had some really great progress. He had this massive smile on his face, and like that smile is something I live for. His dad pulled me aside and said, I was going to pull him out of the sport because nobody gave a damn. Nobody cared about my kid, and you came along and you taught him more in one day than I could have in 6 months, and you're the reason I want him to keep doing this. And it's like, man, it's like, what a feeling.
Yeah, that's worth more than money and gold, man. And it's crazy because when it's a passion of yours that you're using to bring joy to somebody else, it makes it so much better, dude. It's awesome.
It's an amazing thing, and that's especially when you see people starting to achieve their dreams. There is a smile that people have on their face that is pure joy when they have overcome a challenge or when they have learned something for the very first time. A kid who understands like this math problem for the very first time, there's a smile when they get it. When they land their first backflip, there's a smile when they get it. When a person achieves a dream 40 years after they started the path, there is a smile that comes across their face, and that is the smile that I try and dedicate my life to seeing on as many people as possible.
And that's a good way to live, man, because ultimately it makes you happy. It brings you joy, Helping people is a beautiful thing. People don't understand what it does for your soul, man. When you help other people, it's amazing.
Yeah. I don't need to be, a world champion in what I do. If I can help somebody reach that height, man, I'll be there for their journey, because let me tell you, there's not a lot better than seeing somebody finally achieve their dreams. And sometimes not achieving your dream can be like the key to helping somebody else achieve theirs.
Yeah.
I was never a world champion, right? And I'm never going to be a world champion. But man, if I could coach some of these kids to being world champions and to know that I was a fundamental part of their journey, man, like, think about that. That person wouldn't be where they are today if not for me. And I'm not saying that you're trying to create a sense of self-importance, but it's soul affirming to know that your presence mattered.
That's a fact. And I think that, and Grim off Twitch chat, I'm not sure what Yoda means. To me, Yoda means like a Toyota, but I'm not sure what that meant. But I think, man, that I was very guilty of this for a very long time. I'm someone who's had very large dreams my entire life, right? I do right now. And essentially, man, I've always been guilty of putting too much emphasis on the final goal, And I've learned to enjoy the journey, that life is about... Yo, what up, Dust, man? That's hilarious. I look over and it just says, I dream of you too. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here, dude? But essentially, man, I had to learn to enjoy the journey, bro. And right now, that's where I'm at in life. Like, I really enjoy, like, I don't need to be the biggest streamer. I don't need to have the most successful anything. Zynergize, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I just love the journey, man. Like, I'm happy in a place where, like, I got to meet you. I'm having these conversations. I'm having a good time playing, I'm doing my little fitness journey thing. I'm making YouTube videos for personal pleasure. Some of them perform well. Like, the journey is worth more than the end game to me now, because if I have it all, then, and for those of you watching, the best piece of life advice that I could give you, right, is this. Period, across the board. My life, my entire life changed when I started viewing my life as a video game. 100%. Like, my life is a game to me. So I want to achieve these really high things and goals in life, right? So the way I do that is I see this as like an ultimate quest line in the game to get the most legendary item. And in order to achieve this, there's like a million quests under it. And there's like sub-quests of every level and every difficulty in there. So everything is like, okay, I want to start a business. Boom. Embarked on a new quest. What do I need to start a business? I need to get an LLC. I need to get a sales tax certificate. I need to get this. And those are all kind of like bullets on the line of this one quest that is a part or a sub-quest of this much larger quest. And in living my life like an MMO, I've been able to achieve incredible things. And that's kind of how I'm doing it. Like, now I'm doing the fitness thing. Boom, it's a quest line for me now in a video game. And it lets me live this kind of fantasy world. And some people might see that as crazy, man, but I live a beautiful fantasy-like life every day. Because to me, it's one big video game that I'm kind of living. And I get to pick what my hero is going to do or who he's going to be, you know? And I'm just character development arc, man. It's like an anime, you know? I'm like, all right, I'm in my training arc, and then I'm in this arc. And I see the world like that, and I think that that's a piece of advice that could help a lot of people if they started viewing their life that way. Hey, what's up, Marie? Finally in here. Okay, Rory. I'm very much about the result with little concern on how you get there as long as you get what you wanted achieved. That's, you know, that's a good way to go about it. For me, it's like, when your goals are too far away, it's easy to get discouraged, you know? So setting shorter, more realistic goals is what is this? Today's rewards. Okay. It's a much more manageable way of doing business and going about getting further in life, for me at least. I left the trees because I'm going to try to get on this main quest line, and it's just much easier to focus on everything. Wow. My horse is level 24 already. This AFK running has been working out very well. I don't know if I'm on the Kingdom of Medaya. Does that sound like a main quest?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to start that one. But yeah, man, I think this has been really fun. I wanted to do kind of like more podcasty style streams. So I put a bunch of notes here. Just kind of gonna touch on everything. I wanted to make a point about this too. Maureen, that's 100% a fact. It wouldn't be Erg streaming if my horse didn't get murdered somehow. I have not mastered the art of keeping my horse alive in this game whatsoever. So I was looking, I decided that a good way to do it is like before I go on stream, just look at some nationwide news here in the US and then look at some international news, things that were going on. And then I was reading that like Japan is boosting their defenses and stuff like that. And that they're getting threats from Russia, that if they develop Patriot missiles, it's going to be a problem because the missiles are going to end up in the Ukraine. I was like, all right, reading around that, fumbling stories to see what was most interesting. This is something that if you guys didn't know, Princess Kate from the UK. Cancer, dude. Wild. Because it was funny because I was buying something at Publix the other day, right? I was at the grocery store buying something, and all the magazines, all the headlines were like, the princess is missing. And I was like, oh no, what happened, dude? Did some crazy royal conspiracy thing happen? And I was like, I hope they didn't kill her. What the heck is going on, you know? And then they said that they were hiding her, like purposefully hiding her and stuff like that. And then now I guess that there has been a diagnosis, and that's the reason why that all of that was happening, because they found out, you know, that she had cancer and all that. I have a saddle for my horse, which is currently broken, Grim. The rest of the armor I haven't been able to buy, and I haven't found it in the auction house. But I've been leveling my horse. I can't use auto sprint yet because I got to skilled 7. I was told I needed to be professional to auto sprint my horse. So I'll just kind of like,
professional one.
yeah, I'm building up to that. I have not seen the Elderwood costume, Ruru. And among those things, I was like looking at news in Africa. So apparently, and I'm like, this is kind of scary, dude, because food supply is an issue for human beings. In Africa, they're having a scarcity of fish, right? And all the fishermen are apparently going to Spain. They're moving so that they can continue to make a living doing what they do because the coastlines have been dried up really, really bad, apparently. And I'm like, that's kind of scary. Yeah, I do have a tent, Rory. And what's new? The Elderwood costume. That's in the Pearl Shop. Here we go. I can't go a stream without popping the Pearl Shop. What is this? 8th Anniversary Eternal Gratitude Pack? What are these things? I'm guessing it's going to be under apparel. Oblivion outfit. What is this? Oh, that looks kind of cool. I don't understand why the Sage Cape needs to like extend like 5 feet behind you for some reason. Like it's so far back there. I do like these boots a lot. These are really cool. But we're looking for
It makes your character look like Ganondorf from Legend of Zelda.
I have no idea who that is. Desert camouflage. What is this? Oh. Guessing it's an outfit. Elderwood. Ooh, what? This is like straight out of Lord of the Rings, dude. This is nice, man. The helmet's a crown, too. This is really cool. I do like this one. I like the gold on the chest piece, too. This is nice. Leave it to BDO to have some nice stuff. Did they add any other? Project Outfit Research. What is this? How many days are on this? 10 days? Okay. That one's 10 days.
I think the outfit research is just a multi-pack for costumes.
I saw. Springtime armor set. This one just has like a bunch of them. What? I really like this one right here. It's kind of like Sultan meets Assassin's Creed. This is beautiful. I have that one. This one's really cool too. Some of these are phenomenal. Don't bother with the ghillies unless you're doing PvP. Elderwood costs 4K. Oh, this one's wild too. Look at this. The costumes on BDO do not cease to amaze. There's no way, dude. Is this a striker costume? Yep. I knew it. I'm like, man, this looks way too cool. Dude, this is like a monkey fist costume. I could get down with this. Oh, no way, dude. Look at this Zerker costume. This is wild. This is Zerker, right? Yeah. His right arm is like a cannon instead of a hand.
Yeah, their awakening form for, Berserker. They have a hand cannon.
That's really cool. This wolf one's really good. Is this for warrior? Yep, I figured. This is what I want to make next, a warrior. This is definitely a vibe right here. The wolf costume.
It looks better on Valk, in my opinion.
Oh, and Valks can use this too?
Yeah, there's better outfits for warrior, in my opinion.
Nice. I have to look into all that too. Let me see how far I am from this run. These are really, really cool. But something we've dealt with, Striker's not that great. Double one. Yeah, I have to level my fishing marine. I'm trying to get it to professional. I just wanted, because the sprinting is kind of a nuisance while I'm playing. So I'm going to try to get my riding to professional. And then as soon as I do that, I'm going to go just straight fishing for the passive income.
Do you fish every night, like when you're getting off?
I've been horse riding right now when I get off, but I'm gonna, as soon as I get professional on horse riding, then I'm gonna start fishing.
Okay.
That's what I first started doing in the game. I just didn't know how to sell the fish and everything, and they let me know on Discord, like on the BDO channel, how to go about doing that.
Yeah.
My daughter is going crazy with the playing blocks. But another thing that resurfaced recently, Pseudo, you still in here?
Yeah, what's up?
You know also how like in the Navy we're always dealing with Somali pirates, and it's like the boogeyman of the sea. You know, I didn't know. Like, this is a crazy thing for people that like video games and stuff like this. Like, I was really gonna play. I think it was called Black Skull or Black Sails, whatever that MMO with it's all based about ships and stuff. I was gonna go really hard into that game, and then they postponed it like 5 times, and then never ended up doing it. I have not used the elixirs from the challenge page, Rory. I have no idea how that works, but dude, it's crazy to think about. Like, it's not spoken about enough, but we are living in a time where real life pirates are real, dude, and they're scary because Skull and Bones. That's what the game was called. They are killing people. They're murderous, dude. Like, it's dangerous. But I didn't know the scale of the pirate threat, right? So you think like Somali pirates? Oh, you know. What is this? Elvia Orc Camp. Is that some kind of event? Enter?
That's the Mani realm for one of the zones. So Mani's realm are private monster grinding zones. You get an hour and 5 minutes in, and then you have to be out for an hour to let it recharge. You can go back in. So when you're in the Elvia realm, which is like an alternate version of reality, so to speak, where the one of the evil gods has corrupted the land, it's a really, really good grind zone there. There's a bunch of them there.
Okay, and quick question. What is this? I keep seeing these little purple circles, these dark rifts. It says red nose, and it has a number 1. Can I kill that or no?
You might be able to actually. Yeah. I believe so. You're in full Tuvala, so killing a rift boss shouldn't be too hard. But they're basically, they spawn at a relatively regular cycle. I think it's a maximum number of like 14, I think, a week or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the details are with it, but they will spawn, you kill them, you get little boxes for goodies, and they'll just basically sit there until you kill them. So eventually you'll have your whole map filled with 14 or so different bosses, and then kill them all, they respawn, kill them all again, and it's just a constant stream of goodies.
Okay,
I've like once every 10 days, and
10 days you get.
I usually do them all, like wait till they're all spawned and then do them all at once. Get my accessories and then tap them all, but you don't have to tap them if you don't want to.
Okay, and how do I do that? I just go to, I see a beam. Yeah, I'm gonna try just to see how this works. Like, I've never.
Yep. Wander up to the zone, the boss will pop out of his dark rift, you kill him, you get the goodies.
Okay, and he was already kind of here while he's dying really quickly. So, I mean...
Yeah,
I see.
When they first spawn, they're stronger than if you let them go for a while. So when they first spawn, you'll see they're at like category 5, and they drop down to category 1.
Okay, so so they're stronger when they first spawn. Okay, so mine's all say 1, so they're all weaker essentially, and they give less reward.
I'm not entirely sure how it scales with regards to the tiers and the rewards. I presume so, though. I presume you have a
sure they give the same no matter what. Like if you let them sit for like a week, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Rewards, whether if you do them immediately.
Yeah. There might be some mechanic whereby you have a slightly higher chance at like one of the secondary drops or something like that, but I haven't noticed enough of a difference to warrant it.
Yeah, Rory's saying same reward as well.
Yeah.
And Mr. Gazlad, thank you for tuning into the stream. Awesome that you found me on YouTube. That's really, really cool. And you're watching on Twitch. That's amazing. Appreciate you for tuning in. Killing them sooner just makes them spawn sooner. Okay. Friendly Jesting, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. It's love. Oh, he transformed. Okay. I wanted to do one of them at least to see how it worked, that way I can kind of have an idea.
Yeah. This is 14. Awesome. 14? Ferrid, the Griffin down in Karma Sylvia, Muskin, Red Nose, Big, Tree Spirit.
Oh, okay, so I saw I got Memory Fragment and some things. That's cool.
You also have two boxes that you can open that give accessories or crons.
Oh, nice.
To your inventory.
And someone explained to me in YouTube comments the dice game, and I didn't really understand until I saw that I'm like at number 9, and then I saw that like after 10 I get kind of a fine accessory box, and then the rewards are really good for the dice game. So I didn't realize that
Once
either.
you finish those rewards, you still get boxes after, but like you get rewards every 25, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yep. I think I can't remember how many I'm up to now. Where am I up to?
I don't even play my dice anymore. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I'm at 595 successful rounds, and I think it's every 5 or 10 you get a different box, which is nice. It's just basically free goodies. They will continue to throw free stuff at you, and eventually it accumulates into a something helpful.
Nice. I've already broken another mouse. This is beautiful. Apex Legends, costly game to play. My left click on every, like, I only use, for those of you wondering, I think it's the M65 or something. I only use this specific Corsair mouse because it doesn't have a ton of buttons, but it has what I need. You know, it has like 3 buttons on the side and then 2 up here, so I can keybind everything I need in all my games to those. And I break the left click on them every time. I have to have, like, just keep buying them. And then I have like 3 or 4 of them stockpiled that are just laying there because they're usable, but it gets really annoying because every time I like click a folder or something, it'll like double click, and like when I try to rename a file, it'll just like open it every time. Then it's like close open. Like, it's annoying, you know? So it's easier to like right click.
Because Urk is the type of dude, if he's playing a racing game, if he clicks it harder, he goes faster.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. It's like when you lean over, right?
Dude. Oh yeah, you're like,
you gotta lean over. Yep, that's it. You know.
It's so funny that you say that. Like when I'm playing Apex, I'm chilling, I'm back in my seat, and then like when fights start getting real serious, I always like
lean forward.
Adjust myself. I'm like, all right, time to sit up. I'm done with this, you know?
Yep.
Sitting
Yep,
up is I'm getting ready to take off.
Yeah, like now we're time to get serious here. But
yeah, like Bruce Lee rolling up his sleeves or something.
Oh, bro, that's
for me. I start seeing crisscross applesauce.
Riv, dude,
Yeah.
I know, right, that you're a good writer because of the way that you describe things, for a fact. Because it takes a certain kind of, like, you'll say something really simplistic that will instantly populate an image and reference what is being spoken on extremely well right away. And that, by the way, that's one of I can't wait to. I'm basically trying to get my business up, like my card shop running and doing well. And then I'm trying to do the apparel brand, get that running and doing well. And I had these ambitious goals of doing other businesses in the grand goal of starting my gaming company and being able to fund the team to develop the game. And I've decided 100% that I'm going to do the apparel brand and I'm going to do the card shop and I'm going to take a step back. And I'm going to make those businesses thrive as much as I can. And my third company, I'm going to shut down. Because I've realized that my calling per se is gonna be writing, you know. So I'm gonna write a fantasy book, and then the way that I want to structure it is because I really love anime and manga and all that. I'm gonna try to write a fantasy book at the same time as I write like a manga and animate it, and eventually kind of drop that to see if it's going to have any success. And I'll answer that in just a second, Ruru. That way I have like, here's the manga. If you like it, if you enjoy it and you want a really juicy, in-depth version of the story, here's the book, and release that. And if they do well, if either of them do well, use all of the funding to develop the MMO. And Ruru, the type of MMO that I want to develop is a combination of all the great games that I've played in the past. So my 3 initial MMOs, like my top 3 MMOs that I had played prior to Black Desert, I'm still discovering this game, and it's such a vast game that I'm going to take parts from this game, but not necessarily until I reach endgame and really realize what things are. First MMO I ever played was RuneScape. Then I did Ragnarok Online, which I love that game. And then World of Warcraft. I was like a WoW player from the start, and I like the skills in RuneScape, how things are like, there's aspects that I like to each one. One of the things that I love about RuneScape is that items are items and they require certain stat points or skill levels to equip. But they're not tied in to the character, which means that you can at any point choose to take something off and sell it, and anyone could use it, you know? So they're kind of account-wide items that no matter what type of character you're playing, if you have a certain level of magic or strength or attack, you can use these items and fight in that combat style, and then you have your combat level associated to those levels. So Ragnarok Online, yeah, Row 2 was a fail, Marine, 100%. Those of you that know Row, oh man, let me tell you, dude. My game is definitely going to have a level of customization like that because Ragnarok Online is a game where every monster in the game drops a card, right? So it turns into the advanced version of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is Magic the Gathering, which is something that me and Pseudo love, right? Where there is endless decks and endless customization and endless things that you can do, right? And it turns it, like, it makes the MMO that way in that if you have armor and weapons, right? In Ragnarok Online, you can have weapons that are stronger with less slots or no slots, and you can have weaker weapons that have like 4 slots, right? And you can attach weapon-specific cards to these slots. And then what you get out of that is just a completely endless level of customization where you have guys that'll build like really strong stun builds, and that's what they'll do. Speak with the Prophet. Who is this guy? Oh, this guy. Okay. And essentially, man, there's guys that like focus on having a high attack speed, and it's like team PvP, you know? And these guys will just focus on stunning you and keeping you locked in the entire time while their teammates kill you. And then there's guys that have like freeze builds, and there's guys that are like based on things that are what is this? Finished exploring Medea. Okay. Summon Black Spirit. And essentially there's guys that like monks have a Azura Strike, which is a really powerful kind of like one smash attack, and they can take you out in one hit, but it takes them a little bit to charge, so they need to be covered while they set up for, it's like Dragon Ball Z, you know, like they got to charge up before they can hit anybody. But I absolutely love the game and how they made it extremely customizable for both PvE and PvP. And I did not play IRO. I played just regular private servers, and a lot of them went down. And I think when I start the game dev thing, what I'm gonna do is try to do something like that on a smaller scale to try and build something like that that's playable and have it like beta tested by whatever community I have following me at the time, which is why I wanted to do the streaming thing a little bit. And it doesn't have to be a lot, you know, like if I can get 100, 200 people to try the game and kind of give me feedback so I can fix it and adjust it along the way, I think that'll be awesome. But the next thing I'm going to do is once I get these 2 businesses set up, is start writing the manga and the fantasy book. And I've been jotting down ideas. I have like a notebook full of ideas that I want to do, and started world building on that. You know, like this is where it's going to take place. This is kind of what's going to be associated with these things and the powers, the classes, the mechanics. I've started to dabble in things like that, but it's going to come out as like a fantasy story / manga first. And if those do well, then we'll see where life takes us. If it's going to be an anime first or like a video game, but ultimately it'll be all of those things. Like Ragnarok did Ragnarok the animation. I thought that was really cool, man. I thought that was amazing. And even if it doesn't sell like super, like not the best movie in the world, like just being a WoW player for so long and watching the World of Warcraft movie was phenomenal. Like the fact that the races are there, like the orcs and the humans, and they're battling, and all these things that we knew in the game, to see them kind of like on a Hollywood movie is so cool, man. But real quick, I keep like, it's impossible for me to stay on topic, dude. So Pseudo, what I was reading, the Somali Pirates is crazy, dude, right? Let me go back to that.
Bro, let's go back 30 minutes ago.
Let's go back to half an hour ago. Anyway, people are either
you keep hitting us with some DBZ stuff, bro. Next time,
dude. Next time. That's why I keep saying that. Like next time, because my life is like DBZ, bro. And I started watching Dragon Ball Super. By the way, it's you guys' fault. You keep taking me off course, Pseudo, but now I got to talk to it. I've been extremely happy with Dragon Ball Super, because it's like, man, the way the episodes are structured, the power-ups and everything, it's been like reminiscent of watching Dragon Ball Z, you know? So I've really enjoyed the process. But anyway,
well, Dragon Ball Super, like the first like 15 or 20 episodes are the movie.
Yeah, like Resurrection of F type deal. Yep. I noticed that too.
Resurrection of F, the one where it introduced Beerus.
Yep, Beerus, and then it just goes on. So I like just finished the first like tournament that they did. And anyway, back to not getting carried away. These Somali pirates, bro. So, fun fact: I want the stream / podcast endeavor to be informational too. So, Oh my gosh, Mayreen, yes. Ignoring the knowledge NPCs as usual. Look, I'm trying to get my life together here. If I don't do this now, I'm not going to finish this quest line ever. I'm going to go back for all this knowledge. But anyway, I didn't know this. So apparently 80% of all of the world's trade is done by sea. That's not a minimal amount, man. Like international, right? So we're talking the entire planet's trade. 80% of it moves by the water, which makes sense because like 95% of the planet is water or something, or like 95% of the ocean is unexplored. Something crazy numbers involved with all of those things. Don't quote me on it. We can look it up. I can ask ChatGPT if I need to. But this is what blew my mind, dude, that we are living in an amazing time where pirates are real, dude. And like I said, it's really scary that they're, you know, murders.
It's been real.
Yeah, but I didn't understand the scale, you know? So, because, you know, the way we're kind of taught the things is like, oh, Somali pirates are like, you know, they got these little, you know, frigates or like these little ships and they try to attack these ships. And then now there's companies that hire like spec war guys to protect them while they're kind of crossing waters that are dangerous like that and stuff. So I didn't understand the severity of the threat correctly, you know?
So
But
Captain Phillip didn't like get that grasp enough for you, like.
yeah, no. So first of all, I should have watched that movie. I haven't. I don't have a lot of time to watch stuff a lot. So I started watching Dragon Ball Super a little bit because when I grill, I use my phone, you know. And Rory the Mage, that's awesome. I love antiquity, like ancient history, but it's nice to know that someone is historically involved that I could ask. If you're not on our Discord server, I would highly recommend joining. It's under the description of like all my YouTube videos and stuff like that. But dude, what's really interesting is that 13% of all of the world's trade is afflicted by pirates from Somalia and Houthis. I don't know who they are, but look, we're back here. Let me do something for the stream right here. You know, let me oh look, Brewer threw a Discord invite. Yeah, that's a fact. They'll definitely rush you. Like some of the videos on YouTube are crazy scary with the pirate encounters, but I didn't know it was that serious, dude. Like we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars moving through the ocean, and they're taking like 13% of that, dude. That is not a small figure, you know. That's terrifying that the pirating is at an all-time high, and that's crazy. I didn't think that in 2024 we were facing kind of like that level of issue with pirating, and apparently we are. Let me get on this horse and run away again. Yeah, Maureen, I have not set up the commands. I'm sorry. I had a little bit of time to stream today, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to stream this, and then tomorrow I've got some family events that I need to do. I wear a lot of hats, and I juggle a lot of things together. Like, I'm trying to do... Like, there's people that... My time is demanded frequently. Like, the people that want my shop to reopen and the customers that I have, part of my local community, are constantly messaging me and harping me, like, when's the shop going to be open? When are you going to get done? Like, I have all that load on me. And then the apparel brand, I have a lot of people that want to work with me as far as the modeling for it and are dying for the apparel to come out and the clothing to be out. I should be getting my first samples in a few days, so that'll be really cool. I'll probably start wearing some of that merch on stream. And once I actually have an official launch and finish my designs, and that's all I'm going to wear, like my own apparel. So that part should be really, really cool. I think I have to kill some people here or something. Let me get off here and talk to this node manager. But yeah, essentially, like, man, I really enjoy streaming. Like, I love doing this because I get to talk to so many people and see everyone's walk of life and, like, you know, like all the experiences that I learned from Riv and just interacting, you know, and Lion had to go to bed, but I love talking to him too, just to see what's going on in other parts of the world or how they view life and current events and things like that. But it's just hard for me to honestly get the time to be able to do it all, you know? Let alone set up like the stream bots and stuff. And there's a learning curve that is associated with that as well, where I'll beat my head against the wall to figure something out. Like I have a a widget on my Streamlabs right now that's called Alert Box that I set up to do all of those things, and it's not working. So I set it up, but I don't know how to make it work. And the time that it takes me to figure it out, if I had someone that like knew about streaming and how to do all that stuff, maybe it would be a lot easier for me to make progress on that end. If somebody could just get on and be like, all right, click this, do that, you know, type of thing. So it's a little difficult. Am I... Okay, so I have to find a safe place for this horse, I'm guessing. Hopefully it doesn't die here, because my horse is one with the graveyard. It loves to just get murdered by creatures all the time. Which, I mean, I understand, because after running loops for like days on end, my horse is probably pretty upset right now. Yeah, it's a learning experience for sure, Ruru. Okay, I see what you're saying, Rory. Like, major shipping companies are not affected as much by pirating. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I'm constantly juggling a lot of stuff, so I'm grateful that when I do get on, you know, there is some viewership and you guys tune in and I'm able to interact with everyone. And I appreciate the fact that I can take the time while I play to read chat and stuff, which I'm told is like a thing that goes away with size as you grow as a streamer. Like, you know, obviously if there's 10,000 people writing to you in chat at the same time, it gets really difficult to interact with everyone. And then you have streamers that have like 80K viewers. That's got to be insane. So while small, I really appreciate and love the community. And you start developing personal relationships with everyone. Like, a lot of you are on here every time that I'm streaming and we're having, you know, cool conversations. A lot of the same people on Discord and stuff. So that part's really cool about it. Let me get on this horse real quick and run there. Oh, look, my horse is already getting murdered. Every time, I'm telling you, I don't know where to put this thing. GS Rip, hello. How you doing? Hope you're having a great day. But yeah, and feel free, I don't know if Riv's back, but feel free to engage, guys. I had some stuff
I'm here, man.
that I had written down. Another thing that I was like, you know, because I went to chat GDP or whatever it's called, and I was like, all right,
GPT.
GPT. I was like, what are the 10, you know, most controversial kind of like social issues in the US? So I would use them as like speaking points or just kind of give a little flavor to the stream. And then I avoided some of them, obviously, because, you know, I just didn't want to get into some crazy stuff, and I don't know what the specifics of the TOS are and things like that, which I should. But when you read that stuff too, it's like subject to interpretation. You know, what somebody thinks is a thing might not be a thing for someone else. So I was just kind of like, you know, I'll navigate these waters as I see fit and try to stay within parameters the best that I can. But I kind of wanted an international take on something as well. Like, one of the things that is a major issue currently in the US and has been for a while with all of the shootings that have happened and stuff like that is gun control, right? And to make it interesting, I wanted to give a couple different perspectives, right? Some I've gained through like just relationships and experience. Like, one of them being like, you know, should we all just give up our guns for a better safety, right? Exactly, or essentially rebel faction. Right. Okay. Okay, I see what's happening. So one of the pirates, Rory was saying, the Houthis are essentially a rebel faction of the Yemenis government, which are backed by Saudi Arabia and Iran, and they're just kind of like stifling trade and trying to weaken national government. That makes sense. That's one of the two major ones. Apparently, it's them and the Somali pirates that are just wreaking havoc on trade internationally. But essentially, this is the American take is that we have to defend the Second Amendment at all costs, and that we have to stay armed so that the government doesn't impede on our freedoms, you know, and that we don't get wrecked in that way. So a lot of people say that that's not the right path forward, that we should, you know, give up our guns to make everyone safer and stuff like that. For context, I'll give a quick kind of a, what is this? Max MP 150. I'll definitely go with the MP option here. in Cuba, right? So Cuba's a communist country. It's where I was born, where my family's from. And I just thought it was an interesting take to kind of bring to light how some of the processes happen there. And what ended up happening is, as my uncle was explaining to me, is the way that Castro did it was actually really genius, where he was like, okay, you know, you guys have firearms, whatever, good to go. He said, we just want them registered so that we know that we have legal firearms for the citizens to protect themselves, which weapon registration is something that Americans have been fighting for a long time, right? And I didn't see a problem with it. I'm like, I don't see a problem with this. Like, that makes sense logically. Why not, you know, register our firearms so that way we know that the firearms being used are being used legally and all that, right? And he was explaining that Castro did this, right? And what he did was he got everybody to register their guns, right? And he's like, we don't care how many weapons you have, whatever you got going on, you have to register them now, because if you don't register them, then we're going to start putting people in jail for doing things wrong and doing things illegally. So he gave everybody like a year to register everything, right? So the kicker is, after everybody registered their firearms, a year later, he came by, right? And was apparently like door to door, you know, like, hey, you have 2 pistols registered here, like whatever, you have a Glock, blah, 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 and you have a 1911, right? And then he was essentially like, you have 24 hours to come up with these firearms. If you don't come up with them, you're going to get arrested, right? And then he went and collected the weapons from people. And by doing so, he disarmed the population and made them defenseless. And that is the argument. Like, not a lot of people know that story. And people don't understand that story and the importance that there is in kind of keeping the government out of your business. So I was looking into different things because, like, you know, we're not going to fix any problems, obviously, but if we can at least gain an understanding and be able to have a conversation on some of it, then I'm like, maybe, you know, someone will watch this, or the leaders of tomorrow might be able to come up with a decision based off of people's opinions or what, you know, because it goes without saying that some of the people watching this could grow up to be political leaders in the future that really affect legislation and change the tide of things. Roy saying, I agree on gun restrictions. People need to know how to use what they own. That's another great point. I didn't think about that, Rory. Like, what about mandatory training? Like, you know, or like state funded training? Like, if these shootings are such an issue, then why are we not focusing on ensuring that people that do have firearms are entitled to the training? Like, you know how many people shoot themselves by mistake, or like kids get a hold of guns, and there's a lot of injury and death involved, essentially around the lack of training with firearms. But I was looking at it and I'm like, man, you look at like country towns, you know, most of these shootings happen in like big cities where there's kind of divides and a lot of other things going on. And in my mind, and I'm curious to what it is in other places and other countries and you know, in other cultures, in my mind, I'm like, this is all an issue that stems from like culture, right? The culture in the US is changed immensely. And I feel like back then, you know, country kids had rifles and shotguns in their trucks when they went to high school. And we never had these issues before, and gun freedoms were always there. So I'm like, is it just like it has become both glorified and socially acceptable to do certain things? And so I saw it from a perspective of like, this is a cultural, moralistic issue more than it is an issue about the firearm themselves. Like, you got absolutely, you got places like Japan, you know, or places in the Middle East where there is like, you know, people talk about Dubai, how you can leave $2 million in a briefcase on the hood of your car and you come back 3 hours later and no one touched $1, you know, because it is not accepted culturally to be a bad member of society in a lot of cultures. And they see like an extremely decreased rate in crime and violent crime. So in my point of view, I'm like, this is that kind of an issue, you know? So I have a curiosity as to what it is like where you're living, or what the gun laws are like there and how things work that way.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few interesting points to touch on there. I think one of the main things that I heard raised about the entire gun argument is that I don't think it's anything to do with the number of firearms owned per capita or anything like that, because there are other countries who have significant levels of firearm ownership without these same issues. And I think it does also kind of stem down to one of the things that was raised is that there's an increased mental health problem in America right now, and America has some of the highest rates of mental health issues and the highest rates of medication usage for those mental health issues compared to other places in the OECD.
100%.
A lot of that can stem to, okay, well, we've got more guns available, fair enough, but we've also got more people who are mentally unwell who might want to use those for the wrong reason. The flip side of that becomes that I live in New Zealand, obviously, and we had a shooting at a mosque down in a place called Christchurch. And after that, there was a real knee-jerk reaction from our government to implement stricter and harsher legislation surrounding what kind of firearms you can own, what you can do with them, how you can get them, and that kind of thing. And one of the things that was raised is that, generally speaking, gun control tends to only affect the people already following the law. If you have an unregistered firearm, the laws aren't going to affect you. If you're not following the laws to begin with, new laws aren't going to affect you. And it also comes down to the effective enforcement of those laws as they are written. Because one of the things that happened in the New Zealand Christchurch shooting was that there are steps that the police are supposed to take to ensure that somebody is right and fit to be a gun owner. They, generally speaking, have to do a house check to observe that you have an ammo locker and a gun safe. They have to do personal references to people who know you before accepting your firearms license, and a few other steps there, legislatively and bureaucratically, that they have to go through to ensure that you as a person are fit to own a firearm. The person who committed the Christchurch shootings was not screened by the police properly. They did not do a home inspection, and his personal references that he put down were two people from a chat room who didn't know him personally. They still granted the gun license, and that is how he was able to get his hands on the weapons that he did. Now, if the police had actually done their jobs properly and followed what the legislation asked at the time to a T, he would have never gotten the guns, and the shooting would have likely never happened. What they did instead is say, okay, well, our government, our police force is too overworked to actually adhere to these fairly strict gun laws. Let's implement more. And what ended up happening is that a whole bunch of people I know who are safe, capable, trained firearm owners lost access to their firearms, not because of anything they'd done wrong, but because effectively the police had not actually held up their side of the bargain in terms of how we approach gun control. One of the guys that I used to go out shooting with was a Air Force rifle trainer, so one of the most experienced people in terms of firearms that you could actually have on your side. And he lost access to almost his entire arsenal because of the actions of somebody who should never have been allowed to have a firearm to begin with. I think gun control is something that we absolutely have to have some degree of take in. We've definitely got to have some level of gun control. The problem is, how do we manage that effectively with the understanding that the people who have illegal firearms are going to still have illegal firearms, because illegal people don't follow laws. People who are engaging in illegal firearms trade don't care about what laws are being put in. Gun registration affects only the people who register their guns. And you end up in a hard part where you are punishing the people following the laws, and the people who aren't following them are still going to carry on life the way that they did. And don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting there and saying that I should be able to just have an AR-15 chilling on, beside my bed at any time when I want to. I do think that gun safety is a really important thing. Having shot quite a few firearms myself, it's you have to understand the risk that you're undertaking, if you will. But I do also think that we've probably gone a little bit too far, personally speaking, for how we've approached certain things, because, you look at things like hunting rifles, which have exactly the same capacity for harm as a sports rifle, I'll call it. And the legislation doesn't care about those, Yeah,
100%. And I think that, you can't, if you're going to keep the hunting and stuff, you can't just you can't just make it, you know, a certain way because, like, man, they have like grizzly bears here, dude. Those things have like 9-inch nails, and they're just like they'll rip a car door open with no effort. Like, I don't think we should be putting human beings in a predicament where they're gonna have to face a creature like this, you know, without. They're out there trying to kill, like, you know, elk and stuff like that, and you may attract a alpha predator, you know, and you have to be able to defend yourself against something like that. But
Absolutely.
I didn't think about that. Like, that's why I like to talk to people and learn things, because we don't have, at least in my state, man, we don't have anything like what you just described, where they come and make sure that the conditions or the safe conditions for a firearm exist prior to being granted that firearm. And I think that alone that would be huge. Like, there's going to be a lot of pushback on that, obviously, because then again, you open the window for the government to come in and kind of exercise power, and if they so choose to do it in a tyrannical way, then we're in big trouble, you know. But there is, like, I live in Florida, right? So Florida is the Sunshine State. That's like every state has its own little kind of slogan or whatever, what they're known for. Like, Georgia's the Peach State, you know, because the old saying Georgia Peach, you know, they raise peaches there and stuff. But in Florida, man, like, dude, I dealt with this on a personal level several times because, like I said, my grandfather was like bipolar schizophrenic, and every time that he had an episode, you know, the first thing he tried to do was like go buy firearms. You know, we're talking nightmare scenarios, dude. You know, very scary nightmare scenarios if he gets a hold of a firearm. And he luckily never got a concealed weapon permit because he's Cuban, doesn't really speak the language, and was unaware of this thing. Would he have ever in his lifetime gotten a concealed weapon permit, which a lot of Americans that have similar mental health issues are well aware of the process and licensing? It could have ended deadly for him and whoever was involved, right? But he'd basically go to gun shops, and then whenever we knew that he was off the rails and going through an episode, we would essentially like hit up local gun stores and be like, hey, has this guy with a photo come through here? And they'd be like, oh yeah, he was here inquiring about this and that. And oftentimes he would put in an order and pay the money to pick up firearms, and would be like, look, you can't give this person a firearm under any circumstance because he's, you know, has this extreme history of mental health issue and all these things. But if we wouldn't have gotten there in 3 days, they would have given him the gun, and they would have just been like, this is just how it works, man. Like, this is what it is. And in Florida, like, I've sold firearms here, and dude, like, you need nothing, you know, to protect yourself. All I've done is like printed out something on the internet, you know, which basically states like, I am selling X and Y model firearm to this person on this day at this date and at this time, right? And then I make a copy of like their state issued ID and my state issued ID on that, and I give them a copy of the bill of sale, if you would, you know. And then it basically is an insurance saying like, hey, at this time and date in the parking lot of a grocery store, I gave you this gun. And if anything happens with this serialized gun after this 3 p.m. on this day, then the police are going to come ask you about it. This is no longer me or my issue, you know? And that's pretty loose, man. Like, for other people in other countries, that's pretty loose. And I went to the Philippines a couple times, and I asked them how they did it. And like in the Philippines, I was like, do you guys have guns? Are you allowed to have guns here, to some of the drivers that we had? And they were like, yeah, man, we got guns. And they were essentially saying that you could only have them at home. So you can only have them to protect yourself in your own home if someone was like breaking in or robbing, which I thought was a good idea too, you know? And they're like, you can have whatever you want, but you can't drive around, you know, or like go to the mall or anything with a firearm. And what you were saying, like, I'm a fan of history, man. And Julius Caesar is someone I like as well, historically. And he came up with that famous quote that says, when catapults are outlawed, only outlaws will have catapults. And that is one of those eternal quotes that stands till today. You know, like, if we make something illegal, it will 100% not stop the criminals that are already involved in illegal activity from using this or doing this thing. You know, you're only affecting the law-abiding citizen from protecting himself. So I think it's interesting.
Absolutely.
And
Quick thing, I gotta dip out here, guys. I have siege in a few minutes, so.
oh, all right.
I've been quiet, but I didn't really have any input, so I was just letting you guys talk.
All right. Thank you for coming through, though, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Peace out. Talk to you guys later.
All right. You have a good one, man. Enjoy the siege.
There we go, bro.
And Tim it to the limit on Twitch chat. That's hilarious. I was concerned. You scared me for a second. I was reading that message, and I was like, oh no, what do I do about this? You know, like I didn't even know what to do about this. But he was like, hello, my parents aren't home, so you know, in all caps, I'm drinking. And I was like, oh Lord, what's going on here? And then he said soda. So it was harmless. Good thing. But I was like, man, if somebody just is like, I'm a minor, my parents aren't home, I'm drinking, like what do I even do with that in Twitch chat? Like I don't know what to do with that. Like what do I do with that? I don't know where you are on the planet, man.
Do I like no, don't do it.
Yeah, like what do I do? Like, are you supposed to ban that? Is it illegal? Like, what advice do you guys have on something like that? Not saying that it's the case with Timit, but
It'd be really funny if it turns out that he's like 30, he's just like a neat in his mom's basement or something. But no,
yeah,
I mean,
that's funny. Dude. That's what I feel like.
I mean,
hopefully, you're of age to drink. And Rory, I'm reading all your messages as well.
Yeah, I mean, the gun argument's an interesting one as well, because it almost comes down to that. There's I think it was Mark Twain who said it, that censorship is telling a man he cannot have a steak because a child can't chew it. And I think the same kind of thing goes for gun ownership. You know, we sit there and we go, there's a very small minority of people, and don't get me wrong, like I understand that there is a relatively prolific amount of gun violence occurring in the world right now, but generally speaking, it is a very small minority of people who are misusing these tools effectively. I understand that they are a weapon, but so is an axe, and you can still have an axe for reasons that aren't malicious or in a way that you would describe as weaponry. I prefer to look at firearms as tools, because I think that's ultimately what they are. You know, you can choose to use a tool however you really want. That's up to you and the intention of your purchase or usage of that tool as a whole. I think really it's been brought to the forefront because the capacity for harm with a firearm is obviously significantly high. But I think it's also, and maybe this is my perception of it. I think people see firearms as scary, right?
Yeah.
They're a scary thing. They're loud and they're powerful and they're metallic and they look threatening and scary. And I understand nobody wants to have a gun pointed at them. I've been on the barrel end of one myself, and it's never a fun experience. Don't get me wrong.
Same.
But I've also been out in the woods, hunting with a family friend, and chucking up a bivouac in the middle of a mountain range, trying to find a goat to shoot and take home and cut up and eat. You know, goats are a pest over here, as are deer, and you know. Number one, we help preserve our wildlife, but we also, you know, there's some good eating there.
Oh, yeah.
Having a gun is, you know,
we're not stranger to that.
You wander through the woods with a tent and a gun, and you're with your friends and you're hanging out, and you are safely handling that the way it needs to be handled as a tool. It needs to be respected. Same with a sledgehammer. You don't go swinging it around when your friends' heads are in the way, or you know, swinging at your own feet. I kind of look at that and I go, I understand the fear aspect of it, but I don't think that's the answer. I think you teach people that there is a way that you can respect these things in a way that you can treat them that doesn't promote harm. And it's the same with cars. We don't take cars off the road and say, you can't have a car because that dude's a drunk driver. You know, we impose harsher penalties against drunk drivers, and we have more stringent testing that hopefully doesn't impact the lives of the people who are genuinely using them the way they're meant to be used. I think you can't just, as a blanket rule, say you can't have that because those people can't be trusted. If those people can't be trusted, deal with them.
And that's interesting that you say that, because I watched something about like Yellowstone Park Rangers or something. And they were having a conversation of like what to do about the trash cans and stuff like that, because bears get in, you know, and it could create a dangerous environment. for the campers and stuff like that, and they just had a funny take on it where it was like, we haven't figured out a way to devise a disposal system that is both too advanced for bears to be able to get into and simple enough to the lowest level of human being to be able to access and use. And they're essentially like, the dumbest humans are equal or like below the smartest bears. So we can't come up with a product that the dumbest humans can use and the smartest bears can't get into, you know? And I thought that was hilarious, man. I was like, that's funny that's a real thing, man.
Yeah, but I saw that quote as well. It's like there's an incredible crossover between the smartest bears and the dumbest humans.
Yep. King Cow, what up, and
it's
one second. Modern Police, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that a ton, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a curious position to be in, of course, because on one hand, you know, when you're looking at the firearms argument, you've got the argument of all of the civilization that you're currently living in, right? Yep. And that means from the absolute lowest lows to the highest highs. And I think it's very difficult to create legislation that treats everybody fairly because, let's be honest, as much as we all agree that equality would be a fantastic thing, it's also one of those things that is nigh on impossible because people aren't equal. We're not all the same. There are people who are smarter than other people. There are people who are more creative than other people who are more physically gifted than other people who have a greater sense of empathy than other people. And it's very difficult to write something into law or even set up a rule as a baseline for a club that adequately caters to all those people. How low do you have to go for the lowest common denominator? And on the same note, how insulting can it be to people to sit there and have to go, okay, so you know how to turn the key on a car, right? Like, yes, I've been driving for 15 years. Okay, but you turn it to the right to start the car, right? Yes, I'm well aware I shouldn't have to go through this. And it's like, no, you don't understand. Because of the people who exist in this club at the lower level, we absolutely have to go through this. Yeah. And I think it's a very interesting thing to try and draw that line that adequately covers the needs of all of society without impinging on the rights and the freedoms of people who are above that mark that we're trying to establish. And I think to some degree you do look at like a motorsports club where they do have a trial. Okay, you have to prove that you can drive this car to a safe standard and that you've got the appropriate certifications for the roll cage that's in your car and you're actually meeting the rules that surround the power adders you can have in your car. This is a naturally aspirated club, not a turbo club, not a nitrous club or whatever. And it's a very difficult thing because a lot of people sit there and say, oh, well, now you're gatekeeping. Now you're saying that people can't come be part of your club. And it's like, I think as nicely as anyone can put it, if I can't trust those people to be safe in my club, I don't want them in my club. And that used to be not a controversial statement, and nowadays it really is. And I think that's a very interesting path that we've taken in life. You know, we want everybody to be equal, and yet none of us are, you know, in any way.
No, I agree with a lot of that. And Doken, I am kind of grinding the main story. I was at Trees earlier, just kind of grinding, doing a little podcasty type vibe and hanging out. Now I'm doing the main story again. And Rory, I'm reading your chat too. I like that last comment. Reasonable bars to entry. And I do think that even if they call you a gatekeeper or whatever, like certain things, man, like, should we be gatekeeping Legos? Probably not, man. You know?
Yeah.
Should we be gatekeeping a thing that will literally extinct some people if it goes bad? More than likely. You know? Are these monsters? Yeah. These are 100% monsters. My horse is going to get murdered again. No, run. So I think depending on what is being talked about, I think that it's 100% it should be gatekept, you know? Because like you said, not only one person can get injured, but a lot of other people can get injured, man. Mm-hmm. And I was going to say something else, but I forget now. Oh, yeah. So one of the guys I used to work with said something funny one time, man. And like some people might take it wrong. It depends on who you are and how you see things. But when people are like, oh, you know, because you said there's a fear around firearms, and there 100% is, you know. And one of the like the countering quotes that this coworker of mine used to say is he used to say, man, you know what's crazy, dude? He said, I came to work today, and he was like, and I left my gun on my bed. And he was like, and you know what happened when I finished my shift? I went back home and my gun was still on my bed. And he's like, blew my mind. He's like, didn't kill anybody. He's like, the gun didn't kill nobody. It was like, it was crazy, you know? I just left it there out in the open and it didn't kill anybody, you know? And then obviously he said it in a joking manner, but just proving the point that it's not the firearm or the weapon that's the issue. It's the human being wielding it. And that's why I like that you described it as a tool, even though it can be dangerous and some people might not like it described in that way. But another dangerous thing, man, is like in the US, there's a lot of people that carry firearms, that conceal carry on a daily basis, and that know how to use weapons very well, are extremely deadly with firearms. And sometimes when there's shootings, you know, like a lot of these shootings that happen, they happen in places where you're not supposed to have a firearm, you know, again, being, you know, restricted by the law as to where you can and can't do this, because people that are going ahead and doing these things are aware. Yeah, T Bryant. Yeah, I've been told about covering my stream thing. I'm still in the novice servers right now, so we're good for right now. Yeah, I'm seasoned server, but I am gonna fix some overlays and make some changes when I go to official servers. But another thing that was dangerous, man, I saw there was like there's been a couple serial stabbings around the world, because like at least here, like if somebody lets off a firearm, people that are brave and also carry firearms, they're going to respond to that threat immediately, and they're going to go neutralize that threat, you know. But there's been serial stabbings where like people just walk around a crowded area, like poke some people a few times and then keep walking, and before anyone finds out who's doing it, they've stabbed hundreds of people, you know. And there's no sound associated with it, and they do it quick. They walk by, you know, you take places like New York where there's just thousands of people crossing the street at all times. Like somebody could just walk by you, poke you twice, and keep walking, and then you suddenly collapse in public, and people are like, why is this guy on the ground? They're like, does this guy need help? And then by the time they realize that this person is bleeding and this person has been stabbed, they don't know who stabbed them, and there's been 50 other people stabbed, you know. And then it becomes like, once the manhunt sets on, a lot of times people get away, and that's a testament to like the fact that it's a human issue wielding a tool in the wrong way, like you described, like an axe or any other weapon of war in the past, that it can be used to defend and protect or to oppress and do harm, you know. And I don't think
look at the UK, right? You know, they banned a huge amount of guns, and what happened? Knife crime went up. So they started trying to ban knives, and then what happened? People started having vehicular attacks, running into people with vans and that kind of thing.
That's crazy.
You know, the problem is never going to be realistically the tool. Don't get me wrong. You can restrict the usage of that tool however you want, but if people are intent on doing harm to the people around them, they will use whatever means they can get their hands on, and that's a horrifying thing to consider. But it is one of those things that ultimately comes down to it, that if you have a populace seeking to do harm, they will. It doesn't matter what tool you have at your disposal. You can argue that there is risk mitigation, saying, okay, well, if somebody was going to go out of their way to try and harm a bunch of people, would I prefer they have a gun or a knife? Okay, I understand that side of things. But I think you're ultimately not addressing what you mentioned before, which is it's the cultural issue of the people doing the harm, not what they're using to accomplish that harm.
Yep. Rory was mentioning something about Tetsui, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, Rory was bringing up a point that they did like a PSA or something that basically went into what the difference is between people fighting back if they had a blade or if they had a firearm, you know? And I think that those are interesting things to look at and study as well. Like, you know, if someone is getting attacked or something, like, let's be real, you know, if you have a firearm and you have an opponent that is much larger than you and dangerous, you know, the odds that you will defend yourself with a firearm, I think, are much higher than if you just had a weapon like a knife, you know, because let's be real, some guys are really big and really strong. You take a guy like Hafthor, right? 6'9", 315 pounds with an 8-pack, you know? When he's like bulking, this dude is 6'9", like 400 pounds easy, you know? You can't go up to a guy like that or defend yourself from a guy like that with a knife. You know, you just can't. He's going to take it from you and he's going to break your body into 6 pieces. And that's an argument that's valid, especially when it comes to females defending themselves, which are pretty much like the worst when it comes to being victims of like any kind of assault, whether it's robbery or like sexual assault, where they're being threatened with a weapon and things like that. So it almost demands a need for a firearm. But then we have all the other issues. You know, obviously the world is never going to be a perfect place, but I like to have these conversations just to see what could be different, you know. And if there's a, you know, I don't consider myself the smartest guy in the world, so I like to see other people's opinions and what other countries are doing and stuff, just because it's like maybe someone will come out of the woods one day and have a very simple answer that no one ever thought of before. And this has been the case for a lot of things historically that have happened that way, you know?
Yeah. And it's ultimately like you look at it from a complete perspective, right? And when you look at what's going to happen to society when people can defend themselves versus when they can't, you know, I know that from a few of my American friends, what I've heard is that the knowledge that somebody might have a gun is enough of a deterrent for most people to not want to engage in what I'll describe as antisocial behavior, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to go and just start a fight with a dude in the street if there's a chance that he has a gun. You're not going to go and start a road rage incident if there's a chance that that person has a gun. Now, it doesn't stop it happening, but for the majority of the sensibly minded populace, you look at it and you go, what's the real point in this current point of conflict or this confrontation? Am I really going to accomplish something? Yeah. And you look at parts of the world where guns aren't a thing that people can get their hands on, and the rate of crime increases because there's not sufficient societal deterrent for those things. It's, you can get in a fist fight, right? And I know, generally speaking, if I was going to end up in a confrontation where somebody has a gun versus somebody has no gun, I know I've got a much better chance of winning that confrontation if they don't have a gun. The moment they have a gun, I'm really not that interested in starting a fight with this person.
100%.
Really, that's not a thing I want to get involved in. And especially because, and maybe I'm a little more sensible than other people, or maybe I'm sheltered, I'm not sure. My perception is that without a weapon, the likelihood of there being a deadly outcome to that confrontation is much lower as well. So it's lower risk, you know, on both sides of things. Well, in that case, if you're somebody who doesn't have the level of critical thinking or isn't interested in quote unquote keeping the peace, if you know that there's going to be a confrontation and there's a better chance that you can win and there's a better chance that nobody dies from the outcome, which means that the recourse from the law is lower for you assaulting that person, for example, why not do it? And that's what happens.
I do think that that's a thing too, that when you have a population where everyone is heavily armed everywhere, the likelihood of attack is a lot less. But I do agree with some of these points too, where like Zenzen in chat, by the way, Doken, yeah, the baby's having some a little bit of dinner there. I'm probably gonna go eat some steak in a bit too, just because. And by the way, Riv, I've been doing the same thing as you. Like when I cut, I go on like an all red meat diet, and I throw some chicken in there every once in a while. But I've never been a vegetable eater myself either, or a green eater, and my body doesn't respond to it well. So when I'm on like an all meat diet, I feel much better. But yeah, Sensen was saying that in the UK or in the EU, they were just ramming people over, you know, with cars, because the lack of weapons doesn't take the crazy out of society, and that's a fact. And then T-Cells added a good point as well. Oh, thank you, baby. My daughter just randomly brought me another keyboard. You want to use it? Click, click, type. And T-Cells offered a... Oh, you're dancing with the keyboard? That's... Okay. So cute.
What are you doing?
I'm playing a game right now, Mark. Yeah, it's riding a horse. Sorry, dad moment.
You're good, bro. Kids come first.
Wow. Okay, baby. But yeah, T Cells brought up a good point that without guns, you don't have to worry as much about the little guy with a chip on his shoulder, because that's a lot of guns give you a power that you might not wield naturally, right? Whether you're genetically not built for power physically, or whether you've been oppressed by, you know, society in a way, like bullying or whatever, you know. Weapons or firearms now offer this form of power. Yeah, you're trying to go over there real quick, and mommy's calling you. I think she needs your help. Where someone that has never wielded power before now has immense power in their pocket, you know, and a lot of people don't react very well to that.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where that really also comes back down to that mental health side of things, you know, when we have effective methods of being able to resolve these conflicts, either internally or externally, we have no real need for those, I'll say, violent confrontations or significant levels of conflict, you know. If you and your partner can sit down and talk out a problem and come to a mutual understanding and be able to communicate that effectively with each other, and then hold that to each other as well, that, okay, we've discussed this, I'm going to do my part, you're going to do your part. All of a sudden, there's no need for those additional levels of confrontation or conflict, whether that's violence or escalation or otherwise. It's a very difficult place to be in when people don't have access to those healthier outcomes. You know, conflict is a part of human life. Resolving conflict peacefully needs to be a fundamental step in that.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to what Mr. Gaslight was writing. He said, I disagree. It sounds like you act out of fear and not out of reasonable way of thinking. If the quote unquote road rage is in place, I'm Dutch from Holland, Europa, so don't know if my take is in place. Give me 1 second, baby. So I'm Mr. Gaslight, if you can elaborate on that, man. I'm curious as to what you're saying, but I don't think I understand it like properly. Where the disagreement is coming from, or where, like, what you mean about the road rage incident. And then Zenson said, chances are that someone is going to pull a Glock on you in the EU is rather slim, IMO, which is crazy, man. Like, as an American, that statement is ludicrous to read. It's bonkers. Because it's like the chances that someone's going to pull a gun on you in EU is slim. That's crazy, dude. Because in America, anybody will pull a gun on you, dude. Like, anywhere. Like, guns are so ingrained. Like, there was I don't know if it was a Japanese general or something that made a quote saying that the American mainland would never be conquered because give daddy a kiss. I'll see you in a few, okay? Careful, baby. Are you okay? See, that's why you gotta not be so crazy. You can get hurt. Here, take that. Careful. But essentially, man, he was saying that conquering mainland US would be like trying to take over a nation where behind every single blade of grass lies a rifle, you know? And I agree, like, dude, it's like everyone is armed to the teeth here. Like, even where I live, man, there's like 13, 14-year-old serial killers that are just gang involved, you know, and there's money and crime involved. And these kids are like 13 and 14 and they've already killed, you know, 10, 12 people. And a lot of it stays within those communities and stuff like that. But then there's the messed up argument that, that, you know, it sucks because if you just so happen to be born into those communities, then you're kind of screwed, you know? What is this guy asking me to do? Ask Prince Seiya about Prince Barnes seeking. Where's Prince Seiya? What is happening here? I gotta go somewhere? Oh, this guy. Okay. But yeah, it just that stuff baffles me, man. That there's parts of the world where that's not a real scenario, man. Where here it's like it's just a thing that happens, man, very frequently, you know?
Yeah. And it's interesting as well, because one of the things that I think is kind of crazy about it is that, like, when you look at New Zealand when it comes to our laws that surround pistols, right? So in order to own a pistol, you have to go to a pistol club. You have to have been a member of that pistol club and show up to regular meetings at that pistol club to get like the recommendation from them to be allowed to have the pistol endorsement for a firearms license. You can only carry that pistol in a locked box between your house and the pistol club, and the pistol club is the only place you're allowed to actually load and fire that gun. And I mean, don't get me wrong, like generally speaking, I think that would be fine for the majority of people in the kind of society that I live in. But man, if you could imagine the concept of the US moving to a system like that, where if you look at 9 out of 10 criminals already have a pistol tucked into the back of their waistband.
There's no way.
No way.
Yeah,
not
no way,
not
dude.
happening thing.
And that's what's crazy, that I like these takes, because I agree with what you're saying. If you had a government that didn't stand the chance of oppressing you, and like if the factors were good, that sounds like a beautiful way of going about business, But like you said, in the US, and I was reading Zen's comment saying that the way that it's mind-boggling to me that that there's no firearms over there is mind-boggling to him, that there's firearms all over the US, which is like, I can see how it's crazy to other people, but for us is regular business. And most criminals are not out here, like they have their own gang wars and their own situations, but that stuff is usually kept within them and their communities. But again, it sucks for the people that are surrounded by that and that have no way out. They're forced to participate in these activities because they are growing up in these dangerous places, But like you said, it's just, there's no way, man. It's a crazy concept. Even when you look at like our police officers and stuff, because some of the guys that I play with and stuff, their family members are police officers, or they're police officers, and like they have to get qualified, and it's a long, tedious process for them to be able to have like a semi-automatic rifle, approved for duty and for use, when like for a long time a fully automatic AK-47 on the streets of Miami was like $800 US, bro. Like what I've spent on BDO, you know what I'm saying? You can get a banana clip AK and just go bonkers, dude, and you could buy it out of the back of a van at like most places in the hood. Like it's just all over the place, dude, here, And when you think that like that's what they have to respond against, and they have to jump through all these hoops to get something that is not as efficient as what they have to face, it's insane. Like how do they even do their jobs, But it's just a bizarre thing to think about. Let me read this other one that you said, my point. Well, the point just being made is where something happens on a road, you won't react overly aggressive because others might have a gun. Then you think about the situation more because there might be a gun involved. This is a very scary part of reality that I try to express to people and get them to understand, right? Or when something happens on the street that people have guns, think more before you react, because it's the fear is reasonable thinking. Yep. And then he said, we don't have much legal guns here, and there might be some road rage or aggressive behavior on the street, but I don't think that's more as it is in the US assumption. I think that's a cultural thing too, man. It's so crazy because people in the US are like so quick to resort to violence, man. Like we'll get into arguments about sports teams, and start a brawl, dude, that'll like encompass the whole arena. And oftentimes, like here in where I live, right, there was a place that was like kind of like a city center where a lot of cool things happen, and there was live music and a lot of cool stuff, right? And I have a card shop, right? But I really wanted to have like a shop where there was video game tournaments and things like that. And I thought it'd be really cool, like not happening, because there was such a place, and they were playing, like, I think it was either 2K or Madden. They were playing a sports game, right? And they were in a tournament, and obviously there was a cash prize or whatever. Someone got upset about the results or something, and they shot the place up, dude. Like just bunch of people died. This very, very large area, closed down completely, never reopened back up because this happened. And they, like, the city didn't know what to do with it, and they were just like trying to figure out what they're going to turn this place into. but you have this massive area that is now unusable because of the bad rap that it got from this. And like, obviously if a shooting happened there, instantly, like no one wants to go there. No one wants to take their family there. So all the shops, all the small businesses that were in this thriving center just died instantly because nobody wanted to be associated with this area where this really dangerous thing, like where a massacre happened anymore. You know, even though it was just in one small shop in this very large area. Like if a massive shooting happens at a mall, they might as well close down the mall because no one's going to that mall anymore. You know, like period, no matter how big it is, how many hundreds of like large box stores are in there, everyone's going to be afraid to go there. So that kind of like, it ruins, it's like the party pooper, man. They ruin everything for everybody, you know? Let me read some more of these. Yeah. Zen says the worst that happens to you with Road Rage is that the other guy's bigger than you. That's a pretty quick way to end Road Rage right there, man. And yeah, I do agree, Gaslight, that the gun's not going to help you act reasonable in certain situations. And that's what you know, Zen was saying too, that it's very dangerous when the little guy with a chip on his shoulder, and you see that a lot in law enforcement, you see that a lot in the military, where like the way I say it or describe it is like guys that were never, for lack of a better word, shit in life. You know, like they were never outgoing, they were never cool, they, you know, never had kudos, and then ego gets in the way, masculinity gets in the way. Suddenly they're put into a position of power and they immediately become oppressors, you know, and overreach and overuse their power. That's a hard reality of positions that involve a level of power or authority, you know.
They did that experiment in prison, if I remember correctly, didn't they? Where they picked a random group of the populace to be prisoners and another random group to be the wardens, and it didn't take very long before the wardens started to abuse their positions of power and treat the prisoners like real prisoners. It's very much a strange effect of the human condition that the moment we're given power, we have a propensity to want to abuse it, even if we know that what we're doing is theoretically wrong.
Dude, and it's so scary because I've looked at like some of the like psychological experiments that have happened with stuff like that, and essentially there's been studies where like they take people, right, and then they put them in a room with another person, right, and then they're like, click this button, you know what I'm saying? And every time you click this button, the person in front of you is gonna get shocked, you know, and they're like, no, I'm not going to click this button. Like, I'm not going to hurt someone. Are you crazy? You know, and they don't do it. And then they have a guy, like just a random dude that's like no one, right? Come in like a white coat, you know, as if they were a doctor.
Yeah.
Gaslight, thank you so much for the sub, man. That's love. And for those of you that are new, real quick, I'll mention it again. I do frequently on stream that for the 12 first months that I go as a creator, I will be taking all of my earnings from Twitch, and I will be giving them back to the community whenever the payouts happen. I think they told me like in 45 days I'll get a payout or something like that. I gotta check on the amount, but so far it's like $42 or something. I'll be adding some of my own funds to those giveaways to kind of give back to the community in appreciation for you guys tuning in and kind of checking out what I got going on. And if you're able to, please offer feedback on whether you like this kind of style of video, because I pretty much looked into some topics that would be interesting to talk about, so that while I'm grinding, since a lot of people have told me they like to listen in the background and have like a podcast feel to the stream, I'm gonna pick out some things. And if you guys want to join the Discord, on all my YouTube videos there's a Discord link in there, and I'm probably gonna make a channel called like podcast ideas, so that you guys can offer inputs in there, and then I'll look into some of those issues or some of those things, and then try to essentially talk about it on the next stream, and have that as like a talking point or something we use to all get to either know each other or know something, you know, new about the world. And it's not always going to be like issues like this. Like, I like all kinds of stuff and I can talk about things forever. Like, I really like marine biology or like whales or aliens or whatever, you know, just to give us an interesting topic each time to kind of go over. I think it'll be a really cool way to have an engaging stream that's not just hey, watch me play BDO and suck at the game for a while, you know.
Isn't that the normal?
Yeah, that's the normal. You know? But things are kind of
The thing
chaotic
is-
with me.
The thing is, you don't suck. It's just in the beginning.
I'm not
You were
great.
just all shop. You were just shop for like 2 days, 3 days straight.
Yeah. But I'm still not great at the game, to be fair. But we're getting there, slowly but surely.
You're better than some people, you know. At least you made it to 60. Some people make it to 30 and then call it quits.
Yeah, I love that you're hyping me up, Pseudo, but the people that saw me get power level to 56 are like, man, come on now.
I was one of those people.
Right? Oh, Lord.
But the thing is, you're sociable. You talk. People like that, and that's what happened to get you to where you are now. Someone was like, "Oh, you suck. Well, let me help you suck less."
Yeah, that's I will agree with that. I'm a social butterfly, man. So I love the engagement, and I'm a huge fan of like, thanks for being in here, Riv, too. Like I'm a huge fan of like learning from people and just having conversation, man. I'm a campfire kind of guy, you know. Nice little campfire, talk about, you know, life experiences, the journey, things like that.
And then you got all these people watching you are also helping you out. So BDO is such a great community.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's it. That's the beauty of having a community that surrounds everything, is that you've got a relatively diverse set of different perspectives, and as long as all those perspectives are respected, you know, which I think is a great cornerstone of any conversation, is mutual respect.
For
you know,
sure.
you can disagree with somebody to a fundamental level, but you know, like if you're able to respect that person for their perspective, for their life experience, for what they're gone through and why they're holding that thought, and then you can say, well, you know, I respect that, and as much as you're respecting my life experience and my perspective for holding this particular way of thinking about things, it gives you a greater understanding on a particular topic as a whole. Because my grandfather taught me this, and I still think it's one of the most important lessons that I ever learned. He and my nana, so my nana and my papa, would argue, bicker back and forth, day in, day out, dawn till dusk. They wake up at 6 a.m., have a coffee, have a cigarette, start reading something, start bickering. And he taught me that the reason why that was so important is that the way humans see depth perception, the reason we can see in 3D, is we have two eyes which have opposing perspectives. And by having those two opposing perspectives and learning to focus on the things that are the same between the two, you get a real understanding of what you're looking at. And so if he had an idea and he bickered it out with my nana, and she was able to bring up strong counterpoints to his idea, but in the end agree with him, it meant that his idea was reinforced with a new perspective, and they both came to a greater understanding about the topic and agreed. If she had better points than he did, he was able to change his perspective because he trusted her. And he was able to learn more about the world around him because now he has her eyes to guide him. And as another benefit, if they both could discuss something and bring up good points against each other, but still hold the views they originally held, they have a more robust understanding of the problem that they're both facing, and they both understand that either's perspective is also relevant because they've talked it out. And having a community surround you that allows you to really investigate issues on a deep level that you trust and that you respect gives you a greater clarity of mind in all three outcomes. Whether you keep your original thought and the other person agrees, whether you agree with the other person and disregard your original thought, or whether you disagree with each other but both retain your original perspective, you both have an understanding that is deeper than you initially started on. And living in an isolated situation like that is so detrimental because you'll never experience the opposing perspective. And conversations like these, especially about what I call controversial topics, are actually really, really crucial for the development of people as a whole and society as a whole. Because otherwise we get on a one-track mind, we run as far as we can with that one track until we hit a wall we couldn't have overcome. When having those discussions earlier on allows you to actually navigate around that wall before you run headlong into it.
I agree, man. And that's one thing about me. Before Pixelated Theory, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. And yeah, Mr. Gaslad was also saying that the third perspective thing. I am someone who really enjoys conversation and talking to and dealing with people that have opposing views, because there's something that I stand to learn, you know, which a lot of people don't like it. They like, you know, being around like-minded people that are similar in views. Like, I see it as a negative, you know. I like to be around people that are not necessarily in line with my way of thought, because it allows me to look at the world from a different place. And that's why I like that I have kind of like an international community, and that I get to have my eyes open to different things, and still making my own judgments on things and having my own perspective at the end, walking out. But at least I find out, like, hey, this is being done differently in this part of the world, and I agree with some of the things that are being done over there, and I think that they're being done better over there, or they're being done better here, you know. I really enjoy the back and forth and having people come together from different areas.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, you know. I had a friend of mine who I worked with at my old job, who was from the States, from Minnesota, and he flew over here and he got to experience New Zealand life as it is. And we had this great little moment on one of the last nights that we spent together before he went back to the US, where we were talking about how you consider what the odds of these things are, right? Of two people being born on the opposite side of a planet, being able to speak the same common dialect in the same place while sharing very similar ideas from a very different perspective, from a different upbringing, to know that these things that we're talking about are, generally speaking, fairly universally true, that this is the human condition. Doesn't seem to matter where you're from. And the fact that we can discuss those ideas and come to a mutual understanding despite so many differences, so much distance, and what it took for us as humans to reach a common understanding about these things is immense. There must be some truth to the way that we're looking at the world and the way that we're looking at people as a whole. If from all different walks of life, people can turn around and look at this and share these common perspectives with people that surround them. I'm from New Zealand. You said you were from Cuba originally, and then now you're in Florida, right? Yeah. To be in those positions where we can have these conversations and reach mutual understandings despite such a diverse and varied background of our experiences suggests that there must be some fundamental truth to what we're talking about. And that perspective could only be really appreciated once you've had someone from that opposing viewpoint come to the same agreement about what we're looking at.
I agree, man. And it's very interesting to me that you say that, because like, one of the things that we've been talking about recently is like me and Sudo have talked about it a little bit, and I've talked about it with some friends, is like the immigration issue in the US, you know. Let me sell some random junk here because my weight is getting out of hand. Okay, cool. And essentially, you know, everyone feels a different way about it, right? And people say that, like, some people have a voice in it and some people shouldn't have a voice in it, and blah, blah, blah. Everybody's got an opinion on it, you know? And I give people, I think I have, you know, I'm grateful for all my life experiences, and I think I have a unique perspective in that I am an immigrant, you know? Is this where I was supposed to go? Okay, I'm in the wrong place. I came here young, you know, real young, but I am like a perfect mix between being raised in traditional Cuban culture and values and mixing it with American culture and values. And I'm like a Cuban person with American perspective, right? And here's an example of where people are like, they're either left or right with it, and they're like, oh, you know, but I have a sight and understanding, right? So I'll give you an example, like, controversial guy, right? Without getting too deep into politics, just focusing on a statement, right? When guys like Trump come out and say something that people consider egregious, like, they're like, you know, he calls, you know, immigrants, he's like, they're a bunch of criminals and this and that, you know, and everyone is just up in arms about that situation, right? They're just like, oh, I can't believe he said something like that. What a disrespectful person. Like, how could you? Like, almost like what he said was wow, these guys are murdering the soul off of my horse. Okay. And people feel a kind of way about it, right? So there's there's levels to that statement, right? So do I know a lot of Hispanic people that are hard workers, that work their whole lives, that have never committed crimes, that have been good people their whole lives, you know, and that don't deserve those statements? 100%, right? These people are all over the world. They're absolutely phenomenal, and they're some of the hardest workers on the planet. And we're just going to use the word immigrant in general, right? People that come from humble beginnings in a really hard place to a country that offers them opportunity and that they can become anything they want in. Like, obviously, I live a decently successful life, you know? I live a comfortable life, and I don't really need for anything in this world. I constantly strive to achieve more simply because... Are they going to kill my horse here? Okay, I think he... Maybe this guy came here. He might be safe, right? So for me, it's like, I know that immigrants are some of the hardest working people anywhere, period, right? That's a fact. Now, being someone who was raised the way that I was, you know, and like I tell people, when I was growing up, man, like my father was a career criminal, you know? All the people that I was surrounded by all the time were committing crimes. We're committing serious crimes. Like, we're, you know, cutthroats and killers, bro, you know? So when someone makes a blanket statement like that, I tell people I can't be upset, man. Like, I can't be mad at this because this is the reality that I grew up in. Like, this is the reality, bro, you know? This was the real world. You know, it was a dog-eat-dog world, and this is how all of the people around me when I was growing up were. Hands down, you know? So it makes sense. Like, some people are up in arms about it. I was not offended by it at all. I was like, I'm not this way. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I serve my country. Like, I did everything the right way, you know? But I do understand that a large portion of people are this way, right? Can I auto path to this? Okay. Oh no, the horse. Oh no, dude. Oh my gosh, the horse almost fell off the mountain. Okay. Someone had told me something about disabling that somehow, where when I completed a quest, my horse wouldn't immediately appear there. So when I hit R, I didn't just get on top of him and die off a mountain cliff. But I gotta figure that part out later. I keep losing track, man, but that's kind of how...
You were talking about the immigration side of things, yeah. Yeah,
that's kind of how I view the world, man. Press right mouse button on the NPC to begin the quest. What NPC? Oh, the blacks. Okay, so I have to accept. Okay. Now, Valencia, Unchained Curiosity. Talk to the Desert Traveler. Who is the Desert Traveler? Okay, across the world. Horse ride. 1 second.
Yeah, I think it's important that kind of what you were talking about, and that, you know, there can be elements of truth to some of these statements which don't have to be true for everyone, right? And I think when I look at it, this is my perspective, and you know, people are welcome to disagree or agree or whatever. I'm not going to sit there and tell you how to think. But I think when I look at immigration as a whole, I look at essentially when somebody is coming to it, like you guys came to America, right, to seek better lives and to have a better life for yourself, and you have adopted, I guess I'll say, a reasonable amount of that American ideal in terms of how things have worked, right? You've perhaps this might come across the wrong way, but you've become an American, if that makes sense.
100%.
Right? You're an American.
100%.
And I think about people who move to Japan and expect Japan to be like New Zealand, or expect it to be like Australia or Europe or America, or, you know, they move to Japan from the Philippines. They expect Japan to be like the Philippines. I think that's kind of where the problems with some immigration certainly comes in, where, well, I just want my piece of home here.
Here, yep.
As opposed to going, I'm moving away from this place where I'm at because I've recognized this isn't a good place for me to be. And I recognize that this system in this other area suits me better for one reason or another. And I think when people immigrate, and I'm talking about legal immigration, generally speaking, the illegal immigration thing is a difficult topic. But when you go to legal immigration and people move from one place to another to involve themselves and assimilate themselves into a culture that suits them better based upon the culture of that region, it is such a beneficial thing for almost everybody involved, because on one hand, you're bringing a different history and a different perspective to this culture that you agree is, generally speaking, the better one for you and the people around you. But also, you've got the ability to look at those things that are working in that culture and identify why they're important for that culture. And you learn to respect them and appreciate them more. Now, it's not to say that every culture is great. Obviously, with Japan, you've got the high rates of overworking, the incredible stress that is put on people, the declining birth rates, the increase of abandoned homes from people who just don't have the time or the money to actually invest in restoring those to their former glory. But if you can see a better life for yourself in a place where that culture is more inclined towards the positives you believe you need in your life, then immigration is such a phenomenal thing for the world around us. But it's incredibly difficult because I think that a lot of people are marred, their sight is marred by the fact that people immigrate for the wrong reasons, right?
Yeah.
And I think you can't appreciate the good side of immigration without recognizing the bad side of it. And on the same note, you can't understand the bad side of it without appreciating the good side of it. It's a very difficult thing to see when you've got a whole different heritage, whether that's genetics, whether that's culture, whether that is the education style, assimilating into a new area with a very different heritage. But seeing the people who do immigrate and do thrive in those environments is phenomenal. Like, as you were mentioning before about hardworking Hispanic people, for example, you know, I have a friend of mine who lives in Texas, and she lives in Austin, and she was talking about how she had a group of Mexicans who were recent immigrants, and she had never met a harder working group of people. And she was talking to them one time during our lunch break and said, you know, like, you don't have to work this hard. You know that, right? Like you can just do what everybody else is doing. I say, but if we were doing what everybody else is doing, we may as well just stay in Mexico. We come here because the opportunity for us with our work ethic is so much greater. I can provide such a good life for my family by working this hard, and they deserve it. And I'm like, man, yeah, you're right. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, man. You know, and you mentioned a lot of things that I agree with, right? And some things that I've harped on, right? One of the biggest issues that I have, right, is that my parents have been in this country for almost 30 years now, right? They don't speak English, right? And then I would read things on the internet, right? Like I would you know, when the whole you know, religious slash kind of like patriotic battle was happening on an international scale. And then Putin said something interesting. He was like, you know, this is Russia, you know, and he's like, and in Russia, you will speak Russian, and we are Christian for the most part, you know. And then he said, if you're going to come here, you're going to speak our language and you're going to do what we do here, you know. And you were mentioning it in Japan too, like people trying to carve a place for themselves in a new nation that is just a part of home, right? Like you're leaving these places because these places are no good. So why would you try to bring the same ideology from these places to the new place, right? And
exactly.
My thing with it is this, man. Like if tomorrow I fall on hard times and I have to go stay at your house, you know, like I got to go stay with River, you know? If you're like, let's say in Asian cultures, right? You take off your shoes before you enter the home. Like my wife's Hawaiian, so there's a huge Asian influence there. In my house, dude, if you come to my house, you take your shoes off before you come in. I don't give a shit how dirty the house is or how messed up it is. Like, this is just how it works here, you know? And that's just kind of the norm here, right? And I'm a huge believer that, like, if you are housing me, you know, if you are giving me opportunity that I didn't have, if I came here seeking that opportunity and you have house rules, however silly they may be, you know, and maybe I have this kind of warped mentality because I was in the military, you know, and to give you guys a little bit of background, the way that it was explained to me when I joined the Navy in boot camp, right? One of the guys that was kind of training us explained the military in a very simplistic way. And I've kind of held that understanding forever, right? He said, this is the military. He said, let me explain to you how this is going to work going forward, right? This is like one of the first speeches I got, like, welcome to the military. Here you go. He said, I hate blueberry Pop-Tarts, right? And he said, if tomorrow the U.S. Navy decides that every last one of us will have a blueberry Pop-Tart every single day for breakfast, that is what they have determined, what they have decided that will happen going forward, right? He said, as much as I hate blueberry Pop-Tarts, he said, starting tomorrow, I will have a blueberry Pop-Tart for breakfast every single day because this is their house and these are the house rules here, right? So I always had an issue with my parents not making what I saw as like a very consistent, direct effort to assimilate to this country and to learn the language and all those things, you know, because dude, this country gave us everything. You know, we came from the rubble, man, from nothing, you know, and there's no opportunity in Cuba, man. In Cuba, a doctor, you know, goes through school their whole life, makes as much money as the guy selling peanuts on the edge of the road, you know? And there's this kind of like notion that the only reason that people try to push or excel or become anything is so that one day they can escape, you know, and leave and be a doctor somewhere else or have some level of training, right? And without getting too far into it, there's something that the U.S. does called like diversity visa, where you can apply for your family members and you have to put like what they do, whether they're a nurse, they're an engineer, whatever they are, and you put them in this lottery, right? And if they get selected, they get to come to the U.S. legally, you know, and kind of join the nation and become a part of things here. And I think that's really cool. So the way that I got here was like not illegal immigration, which a lot of people get here that way. And I understand it. You're running away from an oppressive government and from this like horrible place, you know? So it makes sense. But essentially my mom won the version of the lottery that they offer in Cuba, which offers you kind of entrance to the US. And we flew here on a plane, arrived in South Florida, and you know I grew up my whole life there essentially. But it's a dangerous thing, man. It can be a dangerous thing, and this is where it gets dangerous, right? I don't know what I'm supposed to. Learn about the desert from the people of the oasis. Am I supposed to accept these 3 quests?
Yeah, talk to the people who are in there. They'll be highlighted.
Yeah, I talked to everyone, but I think I have to accept their quests to learn about the oasis. It's just like, I think I have to do like these little sub quests. Let me try this and see if that works. I don't know if this is the right move, but we're going to do this anyway. But essentially this is where it gets dangerous, right? Like a lot of countries that are immigrating to the US has its own violence, you know, and like a lot of people in stream said that it's crazy that everybody has guns and that there's mass shootings and that there's all these crazy things that happen here, you know? And that is a danger in its own. But dude, like when I came in, luckily I was like made my own decisions here. And I was like, okay, like some of the stuff I'm being taught doesn't make sense. Like, I don't think I very quickly realized that maybe my parents didn't quite understand this country and this nation the way that I did, even in elementary school, you know, because they're coming from a very hostile environment. And this is not an environment that is as hostile as they think it is, you know? So essentially they'd be like, hey, you know, if anybody says anything to you in school, you got to fight back. And like, they were pretty much training me up to go to school for the first time in this foreign nation, you know? And they were like, you know, you need to fight back and you need to stand up for yourself and this and that. And like the stuff that I was getting as like a 6-year-old here was like, dude, you got to fight. You know, if somebody disrespects you, you're fighting. And if the guy's bigger than you, they were like, I don't care, pretty much, you know? They're like, if you're losing a fight and you're fighting a kid that's bigger than you, pick up a pencil from the teacher's desk and stab the shit out of that kid like 5 times. They're going to learn today, you know? And I'm like, bro, it's dangerous because there's a lot of kids that are coming from third world countries the way that I did that are being told by their parents, if there's an issue at school, pick up a scissor and stab a kid, you know? And I was just like, that's crazy, man. That is a real scenario that I was kind of going through, you know, and that it's happening every day, man. Like, I don't think Americans realize that they're going to school with kids sometimes that are being taught and told these things because they're coming from much more violent, you know, places. And there's kids that like a fist fight would be an extreme kind of display of violence, and that's like when you come from a different place, it's mind-boggling that like people here think that, like, let's say for example, like a roach running across the classroom, everybody starts screaming and everybody gets on their tables and everybody's freaking out, and the immigrant kids are looking like, what is going on, dude? Like, what? That's a roach, man. Like, we live among those where I'm from, you know. And I think that's another issue that the whole immigration thing poses, that people don't realize that it's like literally clashing two worlds together, and it's wild, man.
Yeah. And that's it, right? Like that's kind of what it comes down to with regards to that difference in heritage and the difference in background. You know, I remember when I moved to the area that I'm in here, I went to a new school, and I went on the first day of the 4th term of the school year, and I got in a fight. That new kid there, sizing him up, like, okay, here's this new kid. Where does he sit in the pecking order? And so some kid picked a fight with me. And I whooped his ass. It was fine. And the next day, a different kid wanted to fight me. So I'd beaten that guy, and that guy could beat this guy. So could I beat this guy? And I got in a fight every single day for 4 straight terms.
Oh my god,
at that
dude.
School.
That's brutal.
And so, like, yeah, and it's like, in the end, I had to leave that school because it was obviously not a great environment for learning, you could say. But
fact.
like that's the culture of where I moved to, right? And like I came from a big city to a relatively small town, I'll say. You know, right now the population of the city I used to live in is about 1.2 million, which is New Zealand's largest. And I moved to an area where in the entire region, which consists of technically 4 separate cities and then what we call satellite cities, which are basically like big detached suburbs, there's only 110,000 people. Like the place I'm living in right now has a population of like 10,000 in this little satellite city, and the city it's attached to is a total population of about 65,000. It's not many people comparatively speaking, right?
Yeah.
And like as a byproduct, everybody knows each other. You're not faceless at a school. So if you get in a fight with one dude, that has ramifications on the social side of things for where you sit within that little kind of pack. And it was completely different to what I had before because, you know, I went to a school which in 2 years, so it was just year 7 and 8. So like, you know, 11 and 12-year-olds, basically. There were 1,200 students. My new school, which consisted of every age from like starting school, year 1 up to year 8, had 300. Like, oh my God, man. And it's totally different. It's just a whole nother world, and that's in the same country. That's in the same island, right? That's the north of the North Island down to like the central North Island, and it was totally different. And you consider that like you take one of those kids from here, you chuck them up into a big city school, and all of a sudden they're faceless. And they're, well, I was a big dog back in my school. It's like, well, that's cool. There's like 1,200 people here, and at least 3/4 of them ain't gonna even know your name. You know.
That's chaos, man. So does your energy deplete? And Grim, I have not gotten lost in the desert, but I think I'm pretty close to that happening right now. So they have I have to resurrect this guy. There's no water. I got him date palms, and he says he can't chew them. So like, I don't have energy.
Purified
potions.
water, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, there's none in the marketplace. What is this? Use Trend Desert. You might find something. My energy's depleted, I noticed. So your energy goes down as you run around in the desert. So if I stay in the oasis, will it go up?
No, it's your energy is going down because of talking to NPCs. When they're teaching you things, for example, you'll often have an exchange of energy for knowledge. But also things like digging in the desert will consume a bit of energy because it's a type of gathering. Gathering consumes energy when you do it, and there's a chance to not use energy based upon your gathering level and that kind of thing. So it's not the energy that depletes. It's not the desert that depletes your energy. It's the interactions with the NPCs that'll be doing so. The desert, you can get desert sickness, which will deplete your HP, but given you have a fairy and an infinite HP potion, you'll literally never die from it.
Oh, that's awesome. And then
Yeah.
I have no idea what to do here. So it wants me to learn about the desert from the people of the oasis. I've spoken to everyone here and accepted all the quests here. And I guess that depleted my energy. So I can't wake this guy up and I don't know how to complete this quest.
There was
Valencia.
a suggestion. There was some items that you could give him when you were talking to him to do various different things. So you might need to get the items that he's kind of requesting. In terms of learning about it from these people, there may be a chat option when you talk to them where they will talk to you about a certain thing. That may require energy.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing that. And then he wanted dates or purified water. There's no purified water in the market. So
Is there really none in the market right now?
There's none. You need to talk to everyone there. Yeah, I tried that, Ruru. I'm so lost. You can
How
filter
much-
muddy water to get purified water. How do I get muddy water and filter it? Like, how do I make shop?
You talk to a materials vendor and you can buy glass bottles to gather water with. But if you like, I will see how much purified water I have, and I can always just list some.
Sweet. Let me look and see if other people are trying to buy it.
Yeah, there's thousands of pre-orders up, but that will not matter to me whatsoever. I will flood the market with purified water. Give me a tick.
So how does that work too? Like, since I'm putting an order now, even if I put it at the highest amount, there's 9,406 people.
It doesn't matter. I have 100,000 purified water.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's insane, dude. How did you do that?
There are worker nodes which allow you to produce various different things. One of those things is purified water. So I have an extensive worker empire, and they all produce a variety of different things that people might need or want. And so all I do is when I see a need in the market, I will just flood the market with materials, and it earns me a lot of money and it helps out a lot of people. So
Awesome. Yeah, it's looking like you're going to need, like, that's 14, 15, 16. Yeah, you're going to need a lot, like probably like 30K, I'm guessing. I put an order for 50, so hopefully, what is this used for? Let me see. Pouring on the garden, cures heat.
So your order should have filled by now.
Let me see.
So
No, I'm not seeing it yet.
if you go to the sell option, I always do it this way. If you click on the sell option on the left-hand side, you have the two tabs at the top. One says buy, one says sell.
Yeah.
So see there, you've got your buy thing, which has got the. I'm a little bit delayed because I'm watching the stream, not your your thing.
The Discord, yeah.
Yeah, let me quickly just watch it. But you see, you've got a little 50 by your buy tab above the stuff you're selling.
Oh, okay.
There you go. There's purified water, bro.
He went to the wrong tab.
Sweet. Yeah, I just collected. Oh, awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. And chat's like, Mr. Gazlad was like, I have 500K as well if needed. That's so insane, dude.
Yeah, it's like potatoes, man. I have my workers on the potato nodes, and I have so much potato, I have no idea what on earth I'm supposed to do with it all now. I think I have 1.4 million potatoes.
Oh my gosh.
I'd sell all that. You kidding me?
That's so crazy. Oh, I think I have to pull it out of storage. Market.
Yeah.
There we go. Hopefully this guy
Okay.
wants some water. All right,
Yeah,
sweet. There we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna flood the market because I think it's funny.
That's hilarious. You guys have so much. That's insane. So that was for a different sub quest. My main quest I cannot figure out though. You can buy temporary compass pieces on the market, which let you see where you're at on the map on the desert. Ooh, Solaire. And
Yeah.
is the desert discoverable or?
Nope. It is always going to be a non-navigatable place, if that makes sense. So you can have a compass which will let you see where you are in the desert, and you can learn to navigate, but you won't have a mini-map or anything like that.
Okay, I wonder if that's happening right now because I can see where I'm at to navigate, but Mr. Gaslight, you're gonna get some rest. All right, thank you so much for hanging out and giving all the inputs. Thank you for everything. 2:45 there. Oof, yeah, it's getting late. Hope I see you soon too. I'll be on whenever I can.
There you go. Every single pre-order for purified water in their market has been filled, and now there's 20,000 sitting there for people to buy.
You did a service to the people today, Riv. That's awesome.
Something like that.
And I can auto path. Nice. So I have I think I have compasses from like stuff I got in the Pearl shop. Yeah, I have 3 of these sealed compass, 120 minute. That's what that is, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Try talking to the people who have the blue icons above their head and see if there's a chat option to see if you can talk to them, and they may have the thing for you.
There we go. So it was probably an energy thing.
Could be. May not be as well. Some of the conversations require energy, some don't. It depends on the quest and who you're talking to and that kind of thing. But yeah, you should just need to talk to them and chat to them as opposed to taking on anything else. And that should be what you want to do. You'll find that that's a thing that happens in some of the quests as well. They will ask you to go talk to somebody, and they mean literally you have to go up and chat to them.
Okay, and none of these energy potions in the market are what I need, right? Well, there isn't any for sale.
Yeah. Not sure. I didn't quite see what he required for the quest, but I mean, worst case scenario.
Just for energy to talk, like I completed like a sub quest, I guess. I'm not going to accept any more, so I don't know which ones I need to talk to for the main quest.
So if you see the ones with the blue icons above their head as a quest marker to show an incomplete quest.
Yeah,
so,
this one right
that one there. So talk to him, and then... Oh, no, so he's the one who's given you the quest. So talk to the other guys who have the blue markers above their heads. Or there may be... I don't know if actually market them. You might just have to talk to everyone and see if there's a chat option. It's been so long since I did these quests. I'm not a big quest taker anyway, so...
And does my energy recover if I'm not on, like while I'm just AFK?
Yep. So it recovers faster if you're logged in, but it will still recover if you're logged out.
Okay, perfect. And then, quick question. So I did discover the oasis. Is that always going to be marked on the desert? Like, will I be able to kind of run my way there?
Yeah. So once you enter the desert, if you don't have a compass, you won't be able to navigate to it. But if you do, you should be able to. I think somebody was saying that's what they added. I come from the days of never being able to navigate to the in the desert. But yeah, so you see you got some people marked on your map there that you want to talk to. And just go find them. Chat to them, and hopefully you'll get the knowledge that you need.
All right, Ruru saying talk to the soldier, explorer, and merchant. Trade manager.
You should be able to right click on the quest icon on the map, and it should be able to navigate you to that particular NPC.
Yeah, it's saying navigation is not available here.
They might be just in the edges of the desert.
Yep, you cannot use navigation in the desert.
Yeah.
So it's not the fish guy. It's one of these guys. This is so difficult. I will say this game does have like a way steeper learning curve than any other game I've played before.
Yeah. There's a lot to learn, but it's a lot of fun. So.
What is this? I've never even seen this before. One. Yeah, I tried talking to pretty much. They're on the lake on the other side. Okay, let me try the other side.
All right. Anyway, I got to dip for a bit, man. Hope you have a good stream. I'll keep on lurking in the chat, so get you them views. But have a good one. It's been good talking to you, man.
Awesome, man. Likewise. I appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, no worries, man. At some point, I linked you in Discord the Stanford prison experiment I was talking about before. It's quite an interesting read if you have some time. And at some point, remind me, and I'll send you some of the poetry that I do. There's some funny stuff in there alongside some serious stuff. So
sweet. That sounds really good.
It'll be fun.
I'm excited.
But otherwise, have a phenomenal day. Chat, be good as much as you can anyway, and I'll catch y'all later.
Sweet, man. Likewise.
Ciao.
I'm not seeing anyone other than that guy. And it's not checking off the people that I was supposed to talk to. This is rough. One is near the camels. I feel like there's a lot of camels. And Pseudo, how you feeling, man? You feeling like you can use your hands?
Oh yeah, I definitely can. I've been bending my finger all day, doing little, I don't know what you call them, but little, like, bend biceps with the finger.
Hey everybody, it's me.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I just took that link. Whole River, man. Thank you for the sub, dude. That's awesome. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. One is near the camels. I checked that link. Back to where you were. All right. I will go back to that. I'm looking at this video that was linked for the quest as well, real quick on this other window, just to kind of get an idea of where these guys are. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, so one of these guys by the camels right where I started. Okay, where they have like the little triangles on top of them, little tent camels. All right, Riv, man, appreciate you. Yeah, Pseudo, so you down to hit it in a bit?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do that, man. I'm gonna finish up this quest. There we go. Now we're making progress. Okay, this video is definitely helping a lot. Thank you for that, Papa Pump. That's awesome, dude. So the other guy is a little bit over here. I think it was. Was it this dude? Yeah, this guy with the antlers. Oh my gosh, I would have been here forever, dude. Oh, lifesaver. This video is doing the work right now. These guys are all unmarked, man. It's so crazy. Okay, and then the last guy is by a tent over here wearing something red. Was it I think it's this guy. Let me see. This guy right here. Yes, dude. Oh my gosh, finally got this done.
I will stop those who waste water. The oasis is available.
Discover Valencia City, meet Takur. Can I path to that one? No, dude, there's no pathing here. How am I supposed to get to Valencia? Where is that? I don't think I've discovered that, so discovered Velia. All right, Ruru, I'll catch you in a bit. Does anyone have a clue as to where Valencia is so I can leave my guy in a city? Huh. Do I just like run south or something? There's forts in Valencia. Whichever way Ruru gets me there, either easy or immersive. Head northeast from where you're at. So northeast, top and right. Okay. Will it show me on the map where there's a city? Oh, okay. I see this little dot now. I gotta go here. Okay. Oof, this is gonna be rough. All the way right. All right, where's my horse? We can do this. I don't think it shows me where I'm going. Okay, so that is the right way to Valencia. All right, I'm just going to run in a straight path this way, and hopefully I can make it out of the desert. This looks terrifying. There's literally nothing but sand and dunes forever, dude. This is wild. Orient yourself to the east. Got it. Oh, that's so scary, man. Like, as soon as you exit the oasis, you just disappear on the desert. Oh, and there's like a little node to discover down here. I wonder what you can, if nodes are useful in the desert, what you can get out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna... So there, I wanna read that how I want to read it so bad. But, you know, because Blue harped so hard on it, I'm gonna call it the Dine. And I've been told that it's good in the desert. Okay. Yeah, I have 3 compasses, but I'm just kind of saving them. If I get super lost, then I'll probably go ahead and do that. But for right now, I'm just holding them. What is this? Jukebox. Yeah, I have 3 of them right there. I see trees in the distance, so hopefully that means an exit to the desert. Oh, dude, it's so wild that you just cannot see where you are. Also, it's just a run. Like, the Peggy can't even run like this. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, then yeah, the Dine is definitely clutch. Hey, but we made it to the desert, Pseudo. We're going places now, cousin.
You're there, you know?
Right? Let me see this. There was a way that I clicked something on Twitch where it's like, I think it was Stream Manager maybe, that I can see things. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can see things better with the Stream Manager. I should have this up like every time. Okay. Am I out of it yet? Let me see. Okay, so now I gotta go north. I wonder if now it lets me autopath. Oh, there we go. Okay, sweet. We are now officially in autopath territory. Come on, horsey. Jump up. Sweet. Oh, I see the city. Oh, it's huge. Okay, come on. You can jump. There we go. Dude, it looks awesome here. Okay, you can buy the pieces in the central market. Are compasses super expensive or not? I was just saving them in case that I wanted to do any kind of actual activity in the desert later on. Ooh, what are these, like wheat or rice fields? This looks cool. The visuals in this game are so out of control good. It's so wild. Sweet, I have made it. Okay, I can't talk to this guy because... Discover Valencia City. Do I just run through the city to discover it? There we go. Black Spirit. I hope that this is deep into the quest line because find the Prince of Valencia City. Okay. It feels like I've been on this main quest line forever. Godrix, what up, man? I like the name, dude. That's awesome. 3.7 mil each. That's not bad at all. Part of the explosion. Okay. Use the Yaz pouch to combine the compass. Okay. Awesome. Would I have known that, I would have probably bought those. And are those compasses the same as these like pearl compasses that I have that are 120 minute, or they're just maybe less minutes? I'll probably just buy the pieces from the central market. Art Explorer's Compass, you need times 3. Okay. Okay. I will definitely try not to R spam too heavy.
It would please me to see you again.
That's a daily quest. That's not what I want right now. So, is this the prince?
The Catan army is an elite fighting force second to none.
Okay, I gotta use the chat option. Sweet. Black Spirit. Oh, they last 3 days. That's wild. Okay, so the ones that I have in my Pearl inventory, I should just use those because they're cheaper versions for 120 minutes, I guess. Back to the prince. Oh, I think there's... Okay, so there's multiple princes in Valencia. Okay. That would make perfect sense if there would be. There used to be a part 2 which sucked and everyone hated. I'm glad that they got rid of that. I'm trying to figure out, just so I can give you guys some intel on it, what parts. I'm trying to see if it's in my part of Twitch it's in. I know there's a Viral Nation. Oh, that was loud. There's a part that like told me where I was at as far as like sub earnings. I don't know how to use Twitch really. Because I was curious to what the number was at, so I can kind of update you guys how much has been raised and what we'll be adding to the next giveaway pot, which should be really cool. And I just got another notification. Automat, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that a ton. Shuffling. I'm working on the main story. I was grinding at trees for a little bit. So right now I just discovered Valencia. I was stuck in the desert for a little bit, but I made it out of the oasis and was able to find the city, which is awesome.
I was born in the sign of giants, so I am a keen observer.
Well, no, I'm not gonna rent a storage fence. Which NPC am I? Did I talk to the wrong guy? Oh, main quest. There we go.
Is an outstanding one. You will be successful in anything you do.
Sweet. This guy's still in the city, right? Yep, inside the city limits. I'm also trying to figure out where I find my stuff on Twitch that I was looking for. It just tells me a bunch of stuff, but it's not under stream tools. Maybe I can just Google it real quick. Channel analytics. I don't even know if I know how to get there. Analytics. Summary. None of this is helping right now. Okay, so I guess it's here in this part. How do I see what my actual amount is? Okay, so I think it was like at $42 at one point, and then now it says you need to buy some wine beer from her later. Okay. Yeah, the desert is definitely rough. Naxic Volpix, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that a ton. I also wonder if let me verify this here. I have to figure out how to properly do this. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm wrong. This is awesome. So the total generated revenue in US dollars right now off Twitch. What's up, Critter? It says $83.81. That's actually awesome. That's much higher than I thought it was gonna be. So I don't know when the payout will go out, but just expect. Oh, I need energy for this? Okay. Okay, that's a whole different place. Where does it want me to go now? Okay, so it's just marking. So I'm confused. There's no auto path. There we go. So yeah, those of you that haven't been tuning in, for the first 12 months, I'm going to be giving away all my payouts in form of gift cards or something back to the community. And as of right now, it says that my earned revenue on Twitch is $83.81. So whenever that payout happens, I'm going to use that funding to buy gift cards. And then I'm going to go ahead and give those back out to the stream community. We'll figure out, I'm still new to it all. I'm figuring out the giveaway situation and what works, what doesn't work. So Pseudo, you still there? Yo.
Yes. Yes,
so
I am.
I'm gonna try to send you some like $5 as a stream gift or something, just because that was the way that I was going to go about, doing these giveaways that I still owe people that didn't work in any other method. So because PayPal obviously gives up personal information. Steam makes me add people as a friend and then be friends with them for 3 days before I'm able to give them kind of like a
gift or anything.
A gift, yeah. So what I'm concerned about is if that method will also give out
personal information.
Personal information. So these are like,
Take a good rest at
I
our
don't know, Mister. Let me read this. Yeah. So if it doesn't give personal information, then I'll do that later tonight. I'll give those payouts that way. But if it does give out personal information, then I'll just have to. The only way around it is to up the winners that they were each going to get $10. I'm just going to have to make it 20 and then just kind of double their earnings, you know? It seems it's hard. Hand over snap out elixir to Tatar. Where is Tatar? Is Tatar in here? So I guess Tatar can be in two places. There's no Tatar in here. This guy? Oop. Nobody in here even looks like the right guy. But I think the auto path keeps leading me here. That's not it. So it has to be this person.
Why do you think astrology exists? It's because it can change destinies.
Hey, Guard Fenrir, thank you for the cheer, man. That's the first time that's happened. I don't even know how that works, but I appreciate that. I know that it's monetized for sure. So I appreciate that. That'll go towards the Twitch earnings that will be given back to the community. That's amazing. I don't know how to do conversation, maybe? Not enough knowledge. Thank you so much for the cheers, man. That's awesome, dude. Fenrir, that's much appreciated. Thank you for the love, man. I have no idea what I'm doing. So it's not one of the chat options because he's like, I'm just gonna spam you with cheers. Appreciate that, man. That's awesome. I'm confused, dude. So handover, snap out elixir to Tatar. It seems that Tatar is too intoxicated to talk. Valencia in. Sell some sort of wake-up juice. Buy one and give it to Tatar. Okay, so I guess I have to... Maybe the material vendor?
What astrological sign were you born in?
These are not the elixirs. So I think I have to buy it from this guy somehow. The innkeeper shop.
The season by checking constellations at night.
Special sauce. Huh. Let me read that once again because I think it said snap out elixir. I'll have to buy one of a number of different wines. Okay. So I have to buy wines. Cooking oil, high quality wine. There we go. Cooking wine. I'll take that. He's got, you know what? We're going to buy the rum too, just in case. And I don't know what the special sauce is, but we're going to buy that too.
Why do you think astrology exists?
So I don't think it's going to let me auto path to the guy. Nope. All right. But however, the map shows the guy over here. There we go. I'll auto path somewhere near him and then try to figure that out. Oh, oh, that's so hilarious. Guard Fenrir, I appreciate you. And apologies for assuming the man part. But that's just, I didn't mean it as like specifically male or anything like that. I meant it as more of a generality, you know. Am I already here, dude? Okay, so I'm here. Maybe this guy's over here. Okay, there we go. Let's try going over there, seeing if we can find the guy that way. This is chaos. Absolute chaos. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap this in a minute, Pseudo, and then take a little break, kiss the baby goodnight, and then we can hit it for a few.
All right. I'll start texting Drax.
I was gonna say ping B, man, because you know how that goes. Another video to assist you if you want. I definitely 100% want all of that. I now forgot how to do the streaming thing. Stream tools? Nope. Stream manager. There we go. That's what I got to look at to pull up my Twitch chat. Let me open that up. Wake up juice. Okay, there we go.
I'll let him know that we're manning up battle stations if he's up for it.
That is not it. Okay. Ugh, I hate it here. I needed 5 of these items. And dude. Okay, I only bought 1 of each thinking that I would be good, but I'm obviously not good. So I gotta go buy 4 more of those wines. But now I know where the guy is. That's awesome. I'm finding that out, by the way, Guard, that BDO does have a lot of female players, which is awesome. That's a rarity to run into. For me, at least in my experience playing MMOs and stuff like that. I have some YouTube.
It's good to have such a diversity.
Yeah, BDO definitely has the coolest community out of any MMO I've ever played. I got to say that. And as much as people,
WoW?
Yeah, bro, even WoW. Like as much as people talk about like the toxic communities within BDO, I haven't personally experienced any of it yet, and it's been all love. Honestly, it's been really good. As an overall experience playing the game, it's been amazing. And I think that the way that I've done things, that it won't lend itself too much to that high quality wine. Do I have enough of them? All right, I have 5 high quality wines now. I really hope this person is ready to speak to me. Let's try that out now that we have some wine. Every game has the one drunk you need to keep feeding alcohol to in order for him to cooperate. I guess it's much like life. And by the way, do you guys get Twitch drops from watching my stream? Like it tells you like, oh, you know, if you watch for 2 hours, it'll give you a Twitch drop.
Yeah.
It is activated for mine. That's really cool. That's awesome sauce. I have a feeling, Guard, that's how it is. In every game, it's the PvP that just gets toxic, you know? For some reason, like PvE players are usually a vibe and they're cool. But as soon as you start getting competitive with it, it gets wild. This has got to be a joke. I now do not have enough energy to turn this quest in. Oh my goodness. When it's not one thing, it's the other, man. Now I gotta chill here and develop energy. Okay. I should probably like clear my bags or something. And I don't understand what this weight is right here. There's a few things I want to figure out, chat, if you're with me. One being that I'm wearing this costume, but I'm missing this part of the costume. Does that mean that I should be wearing, like, let's say that? No, that just puts that on. Okay. This spot is empty. I don't know if there should be something in that spot or not. That maybe? I'm not even going to put that on. Nope. I have no idea. That's just how it is? Okay. Okay, shouldn't be anything there. Awesome. Thank you for that, GS Rip. Appreciate that. And the other thing is the weight. Why is there a little yellow line and then kind of like the red line? So is the red line where my weight is actually at? I probably should increase my weight. I don't even know what the weight maximum is, if there is one. But that should probably be like my next purchase focal point. Let me see if my pets are hungry. I'm gonna check them in for right now since I'm not killing anything. And they're just kind of hanging out. Okay, so the red is the stuff I got on. Okay. Okay. Thank you guys for that. Kira, why it's grayed out. Everybody coming in, Rip, you know. Okay, perfect. So yellow's what I'm wearing and red is what I'm carrying. Okay. Kind of just stuck in the city right now. I'm going to randomly call my horse just to make sure it's good. There we go. Sweet. All right. And do you guys know if my energy recovers while I'm offline or not? And if I can. So for fishing, I should obviously have a clear. I can delete all this stuff, right? It says expired. So I need to clear my inventory badly. Oh, can I check mark things and then delete them? Nope. Because my mouse is not being nice right now. Where do I buy energy pots for silver, Rip? Because I didn't see any in the auction. Yep. Bono Yami, appreciate that too. Expired stuff is unusable. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete this stuff to try and make room for. I don't even know. This thing doesn't give me an option to sell. I don't think. Yeah, but there's a ton of expired stuff in here, and a lot of this. Can I just delete these too? Yeah, I'm essentially just going to go on a deleting spree. Because I do want to practice the AFK fishing. Dude, my left mouse button being damaged right now is wrecking my life. It's just acting unfavorably right now. Energy pots are always backordered. Okay. Energy sometimes given from login. You left click the trash bin. Select items you wish to discard. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Okay. Hopefully I don't throw away anything that's super essential. Discard. Sweet. And I want to use one of these storage maids to see if... Okay, there we go. Yeah. I'm going to throw all the things that I can in the central market kind of deal. Simple cron meals. I was using those. Okay. I need more transaction maids. This is chaos. Okay. So I think I'm just going to delete some of this stuff. I don't know what to delete. Oh, man. I'm going to delete all these items that are rings and stuff that I don't really need to use, I think. Roaring magical armors. Hate Blash, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Much love. I don't think I need that roaring magical armor. Energy's 1 point per hour. Okay, we're not logged in. Okay. Okay, stuff a bunch of things in storage. I will do that. This has a timer on it. Wise housekeeper. 9 days. That's a long time. Okay. I also wonder if... Okay. The gear's good for alts that I'm not tagging. Okay, I'm just going to discard it for now just because I don't think that I'll be tagging. I mean, I'm going to tag my alt, but this is the only character I have, really. And my next one I'll tag. I'm going to try like 2 classes or 3, and then I'll tag one. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, this is a lot of storage stuff. I'm just going to randomly throw all of this stuff in here. Yeah, I don't even know what any of this stuff is, but it's all getting stored. I'll keep the XP scrolls out. I'm just going to just throw a bunch of stuff in here. Combat XP.
Sheesh. 61 viewers.
Yeah, it was up to 70, 63 right now. Because I mean, what I can see is just a general number, not what's Twitch or YouTube specific. Like,
Don't die me now.
I have to do the bars. Yeah, man, I've been sick, dude. It's been awful. Okay, so that's about everything I can do. Storage management for the first time. Is it working itself? Yeah, I'm feeling that right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. And so I think that auto arrange. So I mean, I'm guessing like 100 something inventory slots is a good starting point. Okay, so I think that I'm gonna try to fish to recover some of this energy in a little bit. Don't board adventurers ships. That's probably something that okay, cool. Okay, did I stop fishing? No, he's fishing. Okay, don't board adventurer ships. And let me see. Should be enough space for a night. Awesome. I'm gonna check on it in a few hours. I don't know if there's a vendor here. I'm guessing it's a big city. Valencia should have like the fish vendor and the imperial vendor stuff that I need. And I'm right next to the guy that I have to turn that quest into. Fishing level, I am skilled 7 right now. And the horse training, I'm skilled 8. I want to do horse training eventually, but I do it in Velia in this little loop that I was taught. Every city in town has a trade manager. That's awesome. So I'm going to do this here. And then when I get back, I'll complete the quest with the guy standing right next to me. And then I will try to continue down the quest line, essentially, once I sell the fish and stuff like that. But for those of you watching that want to check out some of the chaos, I know not a lot of people are a fan of like viewing other games being played or anything like that. I figured, and let me know what you guys think in chat. I haven't played WoW Classic, like Seasons of Discovery. They pretty much renovated the game and stuff. So I was thinking maybe Arambo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that very much. That an MMO to MMO trade-off.
Bro.
Right? I think they were going for something like that, but it might have been taken. You got to think that name's got to be super taken. But
yeah, all the love for Harambe.
Right? I figured there would be a better kind of transition because I would be re-exploring a game that I knew before if I tried to play some like Season of Discovery, because I'm just curious about some of the things that they did. I'm always kind of like exploring games and seeing what bits work so that I can try to integrate it once I make a game myself. But I wonder if there'd be more viewership where you guys would want to be like, oh, you know what? This is an MMO. Let me see what the leveling process is in this game and how the quest lines work and things work in WoW. Because there's a lot of things that are simplified there. Like Black Desert's quest lines are a little difficult. As far as like skills, Black Desert blows any game out of the water. It's absolutely phenomenal what they've done with skilling. The graphics of the game are incredible. Like there's so many things it has over a lot of other MMOs. But I think the questing has a learning curve that's kind of steep, and there's no add-ons and stuff. Like WoW has an add-on called Questy that it makes it really easy to navigate and kind of explore the quest lines in game. And it makes everything dumbed down, like cookie cutter. You can't mess this up type of deal. And it tells you everything you need to know. So I was thinking about playing that because I noticed when I play Apex, the viewership is like super dead. But I'm going to get off for just a little bit, use the restroom, eat something again, because I started the fitness thing. If you guys are following that on the fitness channel, we're going for like 80 to 100 pound weight loss or 70 to 100 pound weight loss in just 3 months. So in 12 weeks, I think that's the math. I'll be doing like weekly weigh-ins and check-ins and stuff like that. The next fitness video will drop tomorrow. But that's been exciting. And I'm going to get off for a little bit, eat something, kiss the baby goodnight and stuff. She's probably sleeping already. And then I'll hop on with Pseudo that's in chat with me for a little bit and get some Apex in. We usually have a ton of fun on that. So if any of you guys want to jump in chat again and check it out, we'll be having a good time. The play style's definitely different. When I play shooters, I'm a lot more aggressive. And it's a game that I've mastered pretty well and I know how to play well. So
you can't lie to them, bro. You can't say I'm a little bit more aggressive. You're a lot more aggressive.
Like only like 1,200% higher aggression. Like probably like 5,000%.
This man's very demanding. If you don't follow his word,
you face the wrath. The wrath. it gets crazy, man. But anyway, you'll see Pseudo do his thing, and I'll be on there, and our boy Drax will be on there. If anyone else plays PEX and you want to hit it sometime, just let me know. Join the Discord server and let us know. We'll jump in. Vanoyami, thank you. You have a great night as well. Everyone have a great weekend. It's the weekend. Have some fun.
But be safe.
Fish, discard all the trash fish. Okay, so you can fish longer. Sweet. Yeah, be safe, right? Why are we so indoctrinated by the Navy that we're given a safety brief as a goodbye?
Bro, at least we're not like good old Snell, bro.
Yeah, right? Let me see. Bad on keyboard. But I'll play. Got to figure it out. Yeah. Godrix, you got to try it, man. Apex is really, really fun. And we're good as far as like carrying new players and teaching people the game. We're not like, I am entirely against elitists in video games. Like, you're super great at the game. Clap, dude. I'm happy for you. Doesn't mean you have to bash other players that are not. I am going to do one more thing because I was told to do this or trained to do this. And that is to not get off without rating another streamer. And I learned to do that. So that's a really cool thing. I could just never, okay, there's the stream manager. I can never figure my life out. So if anyone has any options or suggestions, if Blue's on, I'm obviously going to raid Blue because I owe Blue everything. But if anyone else has an input as to who I should raid, like right now, Blue is not on. We can do a smaller creator, or let's see what we got. I don't know any of these people. None of these people have hit me up.
If you're gonna rate somebody, I have a suggestion because I follow some people on Twitch. I really like Sweet Tails. She's really good.
With BDO or no?
I don't know if she plays BDO, but she just plays a lot of game. She's a good person.
Okay, I've been raided by. I'm gonna use Jaycun again because Jaycun raids me every once in a while. So I'll throw that over there. Yeah, and I want to keep it BDO that way. The BDO community can kind of. I'm not just throwing them at a random thing, you know.
Understand.
So I'm gonna do that, and then I will be right back. See, and Kira said the same thing. Jaycun, yeah, Jaycun's awesome. Let me see.
You know, my other person who I was gonna suggest, one of the people I love the most. You know, Jay's 2 cents.
Oh, he does streaming too. That's awesome.
Yeah, he does games like battle, like his War of Battleship, something like that. And then he does Phasmophobia.
All things I've never heard of, but they sound interesting.
Phasmophobia is one of those go into a house type deal.
Yeah.
And search for ghosts and phantoms.
Oh, nice. I'm going to go ahead and drop the stream off at Jaycun. And if you're interested in checking us out playing Apex or just listening to some of the talk podcast style the way we do, we usually just goof around in here. So it's a good time. Then in a couple minutes, you can link back up and I'll be back on playing a little Apex with Pseudo. It's currently in chat and our buddy Drax. So thank you all for tuning in. 4 hours, 42 minutes. So like a good little 5-hour stream. And then tomorrow I got a lot going on, but if I can make it on, I will try to. I still owe you guys a stream schedule. I got to get my life together. I got too many things I'm juggling, but I will see you all soon. And I hope everyone has an amazing weekend. I'm going to go ahead and hit send on this raid. So in the next like 10 seconds, you all will be there. Thank you all for tuning in and appreciate everyone who followed and subbed during the stream. Okay, I think that went through. Sweet. Let me just go to Jaycun stream and verify.